This is the preface to Hunting in Many Lands, a collection of stories by the Boone and Crockett Club, edited by Theodore Roosevelt and George Bird Grinnell, published in 1895. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Preface. The first volume, published by the Boone and Crockett Club under the title American Big Game Hunting, confined itself, as the title implied, to sport on this continent. In presenting the second volume, a number of sketches are included written by members who have hunted big game in other lands. The contributions of those whose names are so well known in connection with explorations in China and Tibet and in Africa have an exceptional interest for men whose use of the rifle have been confined entirely to the North American continent. During the 2 years that have elapsed since the appearance of its last volume, the Boone and Crockett Club has not been idle. The activity of its members was largely instrumental in securing at last the passage by Congress of an act to protect the Yellowstone National Park and to punish crimes and offenses within its borders, though it may be questioned whether even their efforts would have had any result had not the public interest been aroused and the congressional conscience pricked by the wholesale slaughter of buffalo which took place in the park in March 1894, as elsewhere detailed by Captain Anderson and the editors. Besides this, the club has secured the passage by the New York legislature of an act incorporating the New York Zoological Society, and a considerable representation of the club is found in the list of its officers and managers. Other efforts made by Boone and Crockett members in behalf of game and forest protection have been less successful, and there is still a wide field for the club's activities. Public sentiment should be aroused on the general question of forest preservation, and especially in the matter of securing legislation which will adequately protect the game and the forests of the various forest reservations already established. Special attention was called to this point in the earlier volume published by the club, from which we quote, "If it was worthwhile to establish these reservations, it is worthwhile to protect them. A general law providing for the adequate guarding of all such national possessions should be enacted by Congress, and wherever it may be necessary, such federal laws should be supplemented by laws of the states in which the reservations lie. The timber and the game ought to be made the absolute property of the government, and it should be constituted a punishable offense to appropriate such property within the limits of the reservation. The game and timber on the reservation should be regarded as government property, just as are the mules and the cordwood at an army post. If it is a crime to take the latter, it should be a crime to plunder a forest reservation. In these reservations is to be found today every species of large game known to the United States, and the proper protection of these reservations means the perpetuating in full supply of all the indigenous mammals. If this care is provided, no species of American large game need ever become absolutely extinct, and intelligent effort for game protection may well be directed toward securing, through national legislation, the policing of forest preserves by timber and game wardens." A really remarkable phenomenon in American animal life, described in the paper on the Yellowstone Park Protection Act, is the attitude now assumed toward mankind by the bears, both grizzly and black, in the Yellowstone National Park. The preservation of the game in the park has unexpectedly resulted in turning a great many of the bears into scavengers for the hotels within the park limits. Their tameness and familiarity are astonishing. They act much more like hogs than beasts of prey. Naturalists now have a chance of studying their character from an entirely new standpoint and under entirely new conditions. It would be well worth the while of any student of nature to devote an entire season in the park simply to study of bear life. Never before has such an opportunity been afforded. The incident mentioned on page 421 of the book, section 20 of this audiobook, was witnessed by Mr. W. Hallett Phillips and Colonel John Hay. Since this incident occurred, one bear has made a practice of going into the kitchen of the Geyser Hotel, where he is fed on pies. If given a chance, the bears will eat the pigs that are kept in pens near the hotel, but they have not shown any tendency to molest the horses or to interfere in any way with the human beings around the hotels. These incidents, and the confidence which the elk, deer, and other animals in the park have come to feel in man, are interesting, for they show how readily wild creatures may be taught to look upon human beings as friends. Theodore Roosevelt, George Bird Grinnell. New York, August 1st, 1895. End of preface.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Hunting in East Africa by W.A. Chanler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hunting in East Africa, Part 1. In the month of July, 1889, I was encamped in the Tibet forest, 250 miles from the east coast, and at the eastern foot of Mount Kilimanjaro. I was accompanied by my servant, George Galvin, an American lad, 17 years old, and had a following of 130 Zanzibaris. My battery consisted of the following weapons: one 8-bore smooth, using a cartridge loaded with 10 drams of powder and a 2-ounce spherical ball, one 5.77 and one 4.50 express rifle, and one 12-bore paradox. All of these were made by Messrs. Holland and Holland. My servant carried an old 12-bore rifle made by Lang, intended to shoot 4.5 drams of powder, but whose cartridges he recklessly loaded with more than 7. And a 45-90 Winchester of the model of 1886. Taveta Forest has been often described by pens far abler than mine, so I will not attempt to do this. It is inhabited by a most friendly tribe of savages, who at the time of my visit to them possessed sufficient food to be able to supply the wants of my caravan. I therefore made it a base at which I could leave the major part of my following, and from which I could with comfort and safety venture forth on shooting trips, accompanied by only a few men. The first of these excursions was made to the shores of Lake Japé, 6 hours' march from Taveta, for the purpose of shooting hippos. I took with me my whole battery and 13 men. This unlucky number perhaps influenced my fortunes, for I returned to Taveta empty-handed and fever-stricken, after a stay on the shores of the lake lasting some days. However, my experiences were interesting, if only because they were in a great measure the result of ignorance. Up to this time my sporting experience had dealt only with snipe and turkey shooting in Florida, for on my road from the coast the little game scene was too wary to give me a chance of putting a rifle to my shoulder. The shores of Lake Japé, where I pitched my tent, were quite flat, and separated from the open water of the lake by a wide belt of swamp growth. I had brought with me, for the purpose of constructing a raft, several bundles of the stems of a large palm growing in Taveta, and these were dry and as light as cork. In a few hours' time my men constructed a raft 15 feet in length and 5 feet in width. On trial it was found capable of supporting 2 men, but even with this light load it sank some inches below the surface of the water. I fastened a deal box on the forward end as a seat, and instructed one of the men, who said he understood boatman's work, to stand in the stern and punt the craft along with a pole. During the night my slumbers were constantly disturbed by the deep, ominous grunting of the hippopotami, which, as if to show their contempt for my prowess, chose a path to their feeding grounds, which led them within a few yards of my camp. The night, though starlit, was too dark for a shot, so I curbed my impatience till the morning. As most people are aware, the day begins in the tropics as nearly as possible at 6 o'clock, and lasts 12 hours. 2 hours before dawn I was up, and fortifying myself against the damp morning air with a good breakfast of roast chicken, rice, and coffee. My men, wrapped in their thin cotton shirts, lay about the fires on the damp ground, seemingly unmindful of rheumatism and fever, and only desirous to sleep as long as possible. I awoke my crew at a little after 5, and he, unassisted, launched the raft. The swamp grass buoyed it up manfully, so that it looked as if it disdained to touch the yellow waters of the lake. When it had been pushed along till the water was found to be 2 feet deep, I had myself carried to the raft and seated myself on the box. I was clad only in a flannel shirt, and carried my .577 with 10 rounds of ammunition. As we slowly started on our way, my men woke up one by one and shouted cheering words to us, such as, "Look out for the crocodiles!" "If master dies, who'll pay us?" These cries, added to the dismal chill of the air, and my boatman's only too apparent dislike of his job, almost caused me to turn back, but of course that was out of the question. Half an hour from the shore found me on the edge of the open water, and, as if to endorse my undertaking, day began to break. That sunrise! Opposite me the rough outlines of the Yellowstone Mountains, rising several thousand feet, lost their shadows one by one, and far to the right towered Mount Kilimanjaro, nearly 4 miles high, its snowy rounded top roseate with the soft light of dawn. But in Africa at least one's higher sensibilities are dulled by the animal side of his nature, and I fear I welcome the sun more for the warmth of its rays than for the beautiful and fleeting vision it produced. Then the hippos. While the sun was rising, my raft was not at rest, but was being propelled by slow, strong strokes toward the center of the lake, and as the darkness lessened I saw the surface of the lake dotted here and there by spots, which soon resolved themselves into the black box-like heads of my game. They were, to all appearance, motionless, and appeared quite unconscious or indifferent to the presence, in their particular domain, of our strange craft and its burden. I approached them steadily, going more slowly as the water grew deeper and more time was needed for the pulling out and dipping in of the pole. When, however, I had reached a position some 150 yards from the nearest group, 5 in number, they all, with a loud snort, faced me. I kept on, despite the ardent prayer of the boatman, and when within 100 yards, and upon seeing 3 of the hippos disappear beneath the surface, I took careful aim and fired at the nearest of the remaining 2. I could see the splash of my bullet as it skipped harmlessly along the surface of the lake, and knew I had missed. At once all heads in sight disappeared. There must have been 50 in view when the sun rose. Presently, one by one, they reappeared, and this time, as if impelled by curiosity, came much closer than before. I took aim at one not 50 yards away, and could hear the thud of the bullet as it struck. I thought, as the hippo at once disappeared, that it was done for. I had not yet learned that the brain of these animals is very small, and that the only fatal shot is under the ear. After this shot, as after my first, all heads vanished, but this time I had to wait much longer ere they ventured to show themselves. When they did reappear, however, it was too close for comfort. One great head, blinking its small eyes and holding its little horse-like ears at attention, was not 20 feet away, and another was still closer on my other side. While hesitating at which to shoot, I lost my opportunity, for they both ducked simultaneously. I was riveted to my uncomfortable seat, and I could hear my boatman murmuring "Allah" with fright, when slowly but steadily I felt the raft rise under my feet. Instinctively I remembered I had but one .577 rifle, and hastened, my hands trembling, to fasten it with a loose rope's end to the raft. My boatman yelled with terror, and at that fearful cry the raft splashed back in the water, and all was again still. One of the hippos, either with its back or head, must have come in contact with the bottom of the raft as he rose to the surface. How far he would have gone had not the negro screamed, I do not know, but as it was, it seemed as if we were being held in mid-air for many minutes. I fancy the poor brute was almost as frightened as we were, for he did not reappear near the raft. I now thought discretion the better part of valor, and satisfied myself with shooting at the animal from a somewhat greater distance. I hit 2 more in the head, and 2 who showed a good foot of their fat bodies above the water, in the sides. None floated on the surface, legs up, as I had been led to expect they would do. But the men assured me that they never come to the surface till sundown, no matter what time of day they may have been shot. This, needless to state, I afterward found is not true. My ammunition being exhausted and the sun blazing hot, I returned to camp. I awoke the next day feeling anything but energetic. Nevertheless, I set out to see what game the land held ready for the hunter, dissatisfied with his experiences on water. The country on the eastern side of Lake Chepee is almost flat, but is dotted here and there with low, steep, nice hills, stretching an indefinite line parallel to the lake and some 3 miles distant from it. I made my way toward these hills. On the way I put up some very small antelope, which ran in such an irregular manner that they presented no mark to my unskilled arm. We reached the hills, and I climbed one and scanned the horizon with my glasses. Far to the northwest I spied 2 black spots in a grassy plain. I gave the glasses to my gun-bearer, and he at once said, "Rhinoceros." I had never seen these beasts except in a menagerie, and the mention of the name brought me to my feet, eager to come to a closer acquaintance with them. The wind blew toward me, and the game was too far for the need of caution, so I walked rapidly in their direction. When I got to within 250 yards, I could quite easily distinguish the appearance of my quarry. They were lying down and apparently oblivious to my approach, perhaps asleep. My gun-bearer, a Swahili, now began to show an anxiety to turn back. This desire is, in many cases, the distinguishing trait of this race. On we went, but now cautiously and silently. The grass was about 2 feet high, so that by crawling on hands and knees one could conceal most of his body. But this position is not a pleasant one, with a blazing sun on the back, rough soil under the knees, and a 13-pound rifle in the hand. We got to within 50 yards. I looked back for the negro with my .577. He was lying flat on his stomach 50 yards to the rear. I stood up to beckon him, but he did not move. The rhinoceros did, and my attention was recalled to them by hearing loud snorts, and turning my head, I saw the 2 beasts on their feet, facing me. I had never shot an 8 bore in my life before, so it is not to be wondered at that the shock of the recoil placed me on my back. The animals were off before I could recover my feet, and my second barrel was not discharged. I ran after them, but the pace of a rhino is much faster than it looks, and I soon found pursuit useless. I returned to the place where they had lain, and on looking about found traces of fresh blood. My gun-bearer, as an explanation for his behaviour, said that rhinos were devils, and were not to be approached closely. He said I must be possessed of a miraculous power, or they would have charged and slain me. The next day fever laid me low, and though the attack was slight, some days elapsed before I could muster strength to take me back to Taveta. After a few days' rest in camp, strengthened by good food and spurred to fresh exertion by the barren result of my first effort, I set out again, accompanied by more men and in a different direction. My faith in myself received a pleasant encouragement the day before my departure. My head man came to me and said trade was at a standstill, and that the natives could not be induced to bring food to sell. On asking him why, I learned that the Taveta people had found 3 dead hippos in Lake Chepee and 1 rhino near its shores. Meat, a rare treat to them, even when not quite fresh, filled their minds and bodies, and they were proof even against the most tempting beads and the brightest claws. I cannot say that I shared my headman's anxiety. The fact that I had not labored altogether in vain, even though others reaped the benefit of my efforts, filled me with a certain satisfaction. A day's march from Tibet brought me to the banks of an almost stagnant brook, where I made camp. The country round about was a plain studded with low hills, here thinly thatched with short grass, and there shrouded with thick brush, above which every now and then rose a giant acacia. The morning after my arrival I set out from camp with my 8-bore in my hands and hope in my heart. Not 200 yards from my tent I was startled by a snort, and then by the sight of 2 rhinos dashing across my path some 50 yards away. Well, this time I did not succumb to my gun's recoil, but had the doubtful satisfaction of seeing from a standing position the animals disappear in the bush. I made after them and found to my delight a clear trail of fresh blood. Eagerly pressing on, I was somewhat suddenly checked in my career by almost stumbling over a rhino apparently asleep on its side, with its head toward me. Bang went the 8-bore, and down I went. I was the only creature disturbed by the shot, as the rhino had been dead some minutes, slain by my first shot, and my satisfaction was complete when I found the hole made by my bullet. My men shouted and sang over this, the first fruits of my expedition, and even at this late day I forgive myself for the feeling of pride I then experienced. I have a table at home made of a piece of this animal's hide, and supported in part by one of his horns. The next day I made an early start, and worked till 4 p.m., with no result. Then, being some 8 miles from camp, I turned my face toward home. I had not gone far, and had reached the outskirts of an almost treeless savanna, when my gun-bearer brought me to a halt by the word Mabogo. This I knew meant buffalo. I adjusted my glass and followed the direction of my man's finger, and there, 500 yards away, I saw a solitary buffalo feeding slowly along toward 2 low bushes, but on the further side of them. I did not think what rifle I held, it was a .450, but dashed forward at once. My gun-bearer was more thoughtful, and brought with him my .577. We actually ran. When within 80 or 90 yards of the 2 bushes behind which the beast was now hidden, I slackened pace and approached more cautiously. My heart was beating and my hands were trembling with the exertion of running when I reached the nearest bush, and my nerves were not exactly steadied by meeting the vicious gaze of a large buffalo, who stood not 30 feet on the other side. My gun-bearer in an instant forced the .577 into my hands, and I took aim at the shoulder of the brute and fired, without knowing exactly what I was doing. The smoke cleared, and there, almost in his tracks, lay my first buffalo. His ignorance of my noisy and careless approach was apparently accounted for by his great age. His hide was almost hairless, and his horns worn blunt with many encounters. He must have been quite deaf and almost blind, or his behavior cannot be accounted for. The noise made by our approach, even with a favorable wind, was sufficient to frighten any animal, or at least put it on its guard. My men, who were dreadfully afraid of big game of all sorts, when they saw the buffalo lying dead, danced with joy and exultation. They kicked the dead body and shouted curses at it. Camp was distant a good hour's march, and the day was drawing to a close. The hungry howl of the hyenas warned me that my prize would soon be taken from me were it left unguarded. So piles of firewood were made, and the carcass surrounded by a low wall of flames. I left 3 men in charge, and set out for camp. There was but little light, and my way lay through bits of forest and much bush. Our progress was slow, and my watch read 10:30 p.m. before I reached my tent and bed. The following day I set out for a shooting ground distant 2 days' march from where I had been camped. Several rivers lay in my path, and 2 tribes of natives. These natives inhabit thick forest, and are in terror of strangers, as they are continually harassed by their neighbours. When they saw the smallness of my force, however, they endeavoured to turn me aside, but without success. Quiet and determination generally win with these people. The rivers gave me more trouble, as they were deep and swift of current. and my friends the natives had removed all bridges. But none of the streams exceeded 30 feet in width, and an hour's hard work with our axes always provided us with a bridge. The second day from my former camp brought me to the outskirts of the forest and the beginning of open country. I had hardly made camp before 3 Swahili traders came to me, and after the usual greetings began to weep in chorus. Their story was a common one. They had set out from Mombasa with 12 others to trade for slaves and ivory with the natives who inhabit the slopes of Kilimanjaro. Fortune had favored them, and after 4 months they were on their way homeward with 18 slaves and 5 good-sized tusks. The first day's journey was just over when they were attacked by natives, 3 of their number slain, and all their property stolen. In the darkness they could not distinguish what natives attacked them, but their suspicions rested on the very tribe among whom they had spent the 4 months, and from whom they had purchased the ivory and slaves. I gave them a little cloth and some food, and a note to my people at Taveta to help them on their way. Of course they were slave traders, and as such ought possibly to have been beaten from my camp. But it is undoubtedly a fact that Mohammedans look on slave trading as a perfectly legitimate occupation, and if people are not breaking their own laws, I cannot see that a stranger should treat them as brigands and refuse them the least aid when in distress. I know that my point of view in this matter has few supporters in civilization. The next day, after a short march, I pitched my tent on the banks of a small stream, and then set out to prospect for game. I found nothing, but that night my slumbers were disturbed by the splashing and grunting of a herd of buffalo drinking. These sounds kept me awake, so that I was able to make a very early start, setting out with 4 men at 4:45. The natives had assured me that the buffalo came to drink about midnight, and then fed slowly back to their favorite sleeping places in the thick bush, reaching there just about sunrise. By making such an early start, I hoped to come up with my quarry in the open places on the edge of the thick bush just before dawn, when the light is sufficiently bright to enable one to see the foresight on the rifle. Dew falls like rain in this part of the world, and we had not gone 50 paces in the long grass before we were soaking wet and dismally cold to boot. My guide, cheered by the prospect of a good present, led us confidently along the most intricate paths and through the thickest bush. The moon overhead, which was in its 15th day, gave excellent light. Every now and then some creature would dash across our path, or stand snorting fearfully till we had passed. These were probably water buck and bush buck. Toward 5:30 the light of the moon paled before the first glow of dawn, and we found ourselves on the outskirts of a treeless prairie, dotted here and there with bushes and covered with short dry grass. Across this plain lay the bush where my guide assured me the buffalo slept during the day, and according to him at that moment somewhere between me and this bush wandered at least 100 buffalo. There was little wind, and what there was came in gentle puffs against our right cheeks. I made a sharp detour to the left, walking quickly for some 20 minutes. Then, believing ourselves to be below the line of the buffalo, and therefore free to advance in their direction, we did so. Just as the sun rose, we had traversed the plain and stood at the edge of what my men called the Nyumba ya Mbogo, the buffalo's home. We were too late. Fresh signs everywhere showed that my guide had spoken the truth, and now I questioned him as to the bush, how thick it was, etc. At that my men fidgeted uneasily and murmured, "Mr. Donne." This young Englishman had been killed by buffalo in the bush but 4 months before. However, 2 of my men volunteered to follow me, and so I set out on the track of the herd. The bush in which the buffalo live is not more than 10 feet high, is composed of a network of branches, and is covered with shiny green leaves, and it has no thorns. Here and there one will meet with a stunted acacia, which, as if to show its spite against its more attractive neighbours, is clothed with nothing but the sharpest thorns. The buffalo, from constant wandering among the bush, have formed a perfect maze of paths, and these trails are wide enough underfoot, but meet just over one's shoulders, so that it is impossible to maintain an upright position. The paths run in all directions, and therefore one cannot see far ahead. Were it not for the fact that here and there, often 200 feet apart, however, are small open patches, it would be almost useless to enter such a fastness. These open places lure one on, as from their edges it is often possible to get a good shot. Once started, we took up the path which showed the most and freshest spoor, and stooping low, pressed on as swiftly and noiselessly as possible. We had not gone far before we came upon a small opening, from the center of which rose an acacia not more than 8 inches in thickness of trunk, and perhaps 18 feet high. It was forked at the height of a man's shoulder. I carried the 8-bore, and was glad of an opportunity to rest it in the convenient fork before me. I had just done so when crash, snort, bellow came several animals, presumably buffalo, in our direction. One gun bearer literally flew up the tree against which I rested my rifle. The other, regardless of consequences, hurled his naked skin against another but smaller tree, also thorny. Both dropped their rifles. I stood sheltered behind 8 inches of acacia wood, with my rifle pointed in front of me and still resting in the fork of the tree. The noise of the herd approached nearer and nearer, and my nerves did not assume that steely quality I had imagined always resulted from a sudden danger. Fly I could not, and the only tree climbable was already occupied, so I stood still. Just as I looked for the appearance of the beasts in the little opening in which I stood, the crashing noise separated into 2 portions, each passing under cover on either side of the opening. I could see nothing, but my ears were filled with the noise. The uproar ceased, and I asked the negro in the tree what had happened. He said when he first climbed the tree he could see the bushes in our front move like the waves of the sea, and then, Hamdulillah, praise be to God, the buffalo turned on either side and left our little opening safe. Had they not turned, but charged straight at us, I fancy I should have had a disagreeable moment. As it was, I began to understand why buffalo shooting in the bush has always been considered unsafe, and began to regret that the road back to the open plain was not a shorter one. We reached it in safety, however, and after a short rest set out upwind. I got a hartebeest and an impala before noon, and then, satisfied with my day, returned to camp. By 4 p.m. my men had brought in all the meat, and soon the little camp was filled with strips of fresh meat hanging on ropes of twisted bark. The next day we exchanged the meat for flour, beans, pumpkins, and Indian corn. I remained in this camp 3 more days, and then returned to Taveta. Each one of these days I attempted to get a shot at buffalo, but never managed it. On one occasion I caught a glimpse of 2 of these animals in the open, but they were too wary to allow me to approach them. When I reached Taveta, I found a capital camp had been built during my absence, and that a food supply had been laid in sufficient for several weeks. Shortly after my arrival I was startled by the reports of many rifles, and soon was delighted to grasp the hands of 2 compatriots, Dr. Abbott and Mr. Stevens. They had just returned from a shooting journey in Masailand, and reported game plenty and natives not troublesome. My intention was then formed to circumnavigate Mount Kilimanjaro, pass over the yet untried shooting grounds, and then to return to the coast. I left 5 men in camp at Taveta in charge of most of my goods, and taking 118 men with me, set out into Masailand. Even at this late date, 1895, the Masai are reckoned dangerous customers. Up to 1889, but 5 European caravans had entered their territory, and all but the last, that of Dr. Abbott, had reported difficulties with the natives. My head man, a capital fellow, had had no experience with these people, and did not look forward with pleasure to making their acquaintance. But he received orders to prepare for a start with apparent cheerfulness. We carried with us 1 ton of beans and dried bananas as food supply. Now, this was sufficient for a few weeks, but laid me under the necessity of doing some successful shooting, should I carry out my plan of campaign. Just on the borders of Masai land live the Usiri people, who inhabit the northeast slopes of Mount Kilimanjaro. We stopped a day or two with them to increase our food supply, and while the trading was going on I descended to the plain in search of sport. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Hunting in East Africa by W.A. Chanler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hunting in Many Lands, Part 2. I left camp at dawn, and it was not till noon that I saw game. Then I discovered 3 rhinos, 2 together lying down, and 1 solitary nearly 500 yards away from the others. The 2 lying down were nearest me, but were apparently unapproachable, owing to absolute lack of cover. The little plain they had chosen for their nap was as flat as a billiard table and quite bare of grass. The wind blew steadily from them, and whispered me to try my luck, so I crawled cautiously towards them. When I got to within 150 yards, one of the beasts rose and sniffed anxiously about, and then lay down again. The rhinoceros is nearly blind when in the bright sun. At night it can see like an owl. I kept on, and when within 100 yards, rose to my knees and fired 1 barrel of my .577. The rhinos leaped to their feet and charged straight at me. Shall I load the other barrel, or trust to only 1? This thought ran through my mind, but the speed of the animal's approach gave me no time to reply to it. My gun-bearer was making excellent time across the plain toward a group of trees, so I could make no use of the 8-bore. The beasts came on side by side, increasing their speed and snorting like steam engines as they ran. They were disagreeably close when I fired my second barrel and rose to my feet to bolt to one side. As I rose, they swerved to the left and passed not 20 feet from me, apparently blind to my whereabouts. I must have hit one with my second shot, for they were too close to permit a miss. Perhaps that shot turned them. Be that as it may, I felt that I had had a narrow escape. When these rhinos had quite disappeared, my faithful gun-bearer returned, and smilingly congratulated me on what he considered my good fortune. He then called my attention to the fact that rhinoceros number 3 was still in sight, and apparently undisturbed by what had happened to his friends. Between the beast and me stretched an open plain for some 350 yards. Then came 3 or 4 small trees, and then from these trees rose a semicircular hill, or rather ridge, on the crest of which stood the rhino. I made for the trees, and distrusting my gun-bearer, took from him the .577 and placed it near one of them. Then, telling him to retire to a comfortable spot, I advanced with my 8-bore up the hill toward my game. The soil was soft as powder, so my footsteps made no noise. Cover, with the exception of a small skeleton bush, but 50 yards below the rhino, there was none. I reached the bush and knelt down behind it. The rhino was standing broadside on, motionless and apparently asleep. I rose and fired, and saw that I had aimed true, when the animal wheeled around and round in his track. I fired again, and he then stood still, facing me. I had 1 cartridge in my pocket, and slipped it in the gun. As I raised the weapon to my shoulder, down the hill came my enemy. His pace was slow, and I could see that he limped. The impetus given him by the descent kept him going, and his speed seemed to increase. I fired straight at him, and then dropped behind the bush. He still came on in my direction, so I leaped to my feet, and losing my head, ran straight away in front of him. I should have run to one side and then up the hill. What was my horror when, pounding away at a good gait, not more than 50 feet in front of the snorting rhino, to find myself hurled to the ground, having twisted my ankle. I thought all was over, when I had the instinct to roll to one side and then scramble to my feet. The beast passed on. When he reached the bottom of the hill, his pace slackened to a walk, and I returned to where I had left my .577 and killed him at my leisure. I found the 8-bore bullet had shattered off his hind leg, and that my second shot had penetrated his lungs. I had left the few men I had brought with me on a neighbouring hill when I had first caught sight of the rhinos, and now sent for them. Not liking to waste the meat, I sent to camp for 20 porters to carry it back. I reached camp that night at 12:30 a.m., feeling quite worn out. After a day's rest we marched to Tak, the frontier of Masai land. This place is at certain seasons of the year the pasture ground of the worst bands of Masai. I found it nearly deserted. The Masai I met said their brethren were all gone on a war raid, and that this was the only reason why I was permitted to enter the country. I told them that I had come for the purpose of sport, and hoped to kill much game in their country. This, however, did not appear to interest them, as the Masai never eat the flesh of game, nor do they hunt any, with the exception of buffalo, whose hide they use for shields. I told them I was their friend and hoped for peace, but on the other hand was prepared for war should they attack me. From Tak we marched in a leisurely manner to a place whose name means in English Guinea Fowl Camp. In this case it was a misnomer, for we were not so fortunate as to see one of these birds during our stay of several days. At this place we were visited by some 50 Masai warriors, who, on the receipt of a small present, danced and went away. The water at Guinea Fowl Camp consisted of a spring, which rises from the sandy soil and flows a few hundred yards and then disappears into the earth. This is the only drinking place for several miles, so it is frequented by large numbers and many varieties of game. At one time I have seen hartebeest, wild beast, grantai, impala, Thompson's oryx, giraffes, and rhinoceros. We supported the caravan on meat. I used only the .450 Express, but my servant, George Galvin, who used the Winchester, did better execution with his weapon than I with mine. Here, for the first and last time in my African experiences, we had a drive. Our camp was pitched on a low escarpment, at the bottom of which, and some 300 feet away, lay the water. The escarpment ran east and west, and extended beyond the camp some 500 yards, where it ended abruptly in a cliff 40 or 50 feet high. Some of my men, who were at the end of the escarpment gathering wood, came running into camp and said that great numbers of game were coming toward the water. I took my servant, and we ran to the end of the escarpment, where a sight thrilling indeed to the sportsman met our eyes. First came 200 or 300 wild beasts in a solid mass, then 4 or 5 smaller herds, numbering perhaps 40 each, of hartebeest, then 2 herds, one of impala and one of grantai. There must have been 500 head in the lot. They were approaching in a slow, hesitating manner, as these antelope always do approach water, especially when going down wind. Our cover was perfect, and the wind blowing steadily in our direction. I decided, knowing that they were making for the water, and to reach it must pass close under where we lay concealed, to allow a certain number of them to pass before we opened fire. This plan worked perfectly. The animals in front slackened pace when they came to within 50 yards of us, and those behind pressed on and mingled with those in front. The effect to the eye was charming. The bright tan-coloured skins of the hartebeest shone out in pleasing contrast to the dark grey wild beast. Had I not been so young and filled with youth's thirst for blood, I should have been a harmless spectator of this beautiful procession. But this was not to be. On catching sight of the water, the animals quickened their pace, and in a moment nearly half of the mass had passed our hiding place. A silent signal, and the .450 and the Winchester fired in quick succession, changed this peaceful scene into one of consternation and slaughter. Startled out of their senses, the beasts at first halted in their tracks, and then, wheeling as if at word of command, they dashed rapidly upwind, those in the rear receiving a second volley as they galloped by. When the dust cleared away, we saw lying on the ground below us 4 animals, 2 hartebeest and 2 wildebeest. I am afraid that many of those who escaped carried away with them proofs of their temerity and our bad marksmanship. Ngiri, our next camp, is a large swamp, surrounded first by masses of tall cane, and then by a beautiful though narrow strip of forest composed of tall acacias. It was at this place, in the thick bush which stretches from the swamp almost to the base of Kilimanjaro, that the Honourable Guy Dawnay, an English sportsman, had met his death by the horns of a buffalo but 4 months before. My tent was pitched within 20 paces of his grave, and just under a large acacia, which serves as his monument, upon whose bark is cut in deep characters the name of the victim and the date of his mishap. Here we made a strong zareba of thorns, as we heard we should meet a large force of Masai in this neighbourhood. I stopped 10 days at Ngiri, and, with the exception of one adventure hardly worth relating, had no difficulty with the Masai. Undoubtedly I was very fortunate in finding the large majority of the Masai warriors inhabiting the country through which I passed, absent from their homes. But at the same time I venture to think that the ferocity of these people had been much overrated, especially in regard to Europeans, for the force at my disposal was not numerous enough to overawe them had they been evilly disposed. One morning, after I had been some days at Ngiri, I set out with 20 men to procure meat for the camp. The sun had not yet risen, and I was pursuing my way close to the belt of reeds which surrounds the swamp, when I saw in the dim light a black object standing close to the reeds. My men said it was a hippo, but as I drew nearer I could distinguish the outlines of a gigantic buffalo, broadside on and facing from the swamp. When I got to within what I afterwards found by pacing it off to be 103 paces, I raised my .577 to my shoulder, and taking careful aim at the brute's shoulder, fired. When the smoke cleared away there was nothing in sight. Knowing the danger of approaching these animals when wounded, I waited until the sun rose, and then cautiously approached the spot. The early rays of the sun witnessed the last breathings of one of the biggest buffaloes ever shot in Africa. Its head is now in the Smithsonian Institute at Washington, and according to the measurement made by Mr. Rowland Ward, Piccadilly, London, it ranks among the first 5 heads ever set up by him. After sending the head, skin, and meat back to camp, I continued my way along the shore of the swamp. The day had begun well, and I hardly hoped for any further sport, but I was pleasantly disappointed. Towards 11 o'clock I entered a tall acacia forest, and had not proceeded far in it before my steps were arrested by the sight of 3 elephants lying down not 100 yards from me. They got our wind at once, and were up and off before I could get a shot. I left all my men but 1 gun bearer on the outskirts of the forest, and followed upon the trail of the elephant. I had not gone 15 minutes before I had traversed the forest and entered the thick and almost impenetrable bush beyond it, and hardly had I forced my way a few paces into this bush, when a sight met my eyes which made me stop and think. 60 yards away, his head towering above the surrounding bush, stood a monstrous tusker. His trunk was curled over his back in the act of sprinkling dust over his shoulders. His tusks gleamed white and beautiful. He lowered his head, and I could but just see the outline of his skull and the tips of his ears. This time my gun-bearer did not run. The sight of the ivory stirred in him a feeling which, in a Swahili, often conquers fear, cupidity. I raised some dust in my hand, and threw in the air to see which way the wind blew. It was favourable. Then, beckoning to my gun-bearer, I moved forward at a slight angle, so as to come opposite the brute's shoulder. I had gone but a few steps when the bush opened, and I got a good sight of his head and shoulder. He was apparently unconscious of our presence, and was lazily flapping his ears against his sides. Each time he did this a cloud of dust arose, and a sound like the tap of a bass drum broke the stillness. I fired my .577 at the outer edge of his ear, while it was lying for an instant against his side. A crash of bush, then silence, and no elephant in sight. I began to think that I had been successful. But the sharper senses of the negro enabled him to know the contrary. His teeth chattered, and for a moment he was motionless with terror. Then he pointed silently to his left. I stooped and looked under the bush. Not 20 feet away was a sight which made me share the feelings of my gun-bearer. The elephant was the picture of rage, his forelegs stretched out in front of him, his trunk curled high in the air, and his ears lying back along his neck. I seized my 8-bore and took aim at his forward knee, but before I could fire he was at us. I jumped to one side and gave him a 2-ounce ball in the shoulder, which apparently decided him on retreat. The bush was so thick that in a moment he was out of sight. I followed him for some time, but saw no more of him. His trail mingled with that of a large herd, which, after remaining together for some time, apparently separated in several directions. The day was blazing hot, and I was in the midst of a pathless bush, far away from my 20 men. By 2 p.m. I had come up with them again, and turned my face towards camp. On the way thither I killed 2 zebras, a waterbuck, and a Thomsonii. By the time the meat was cut up and packed on my men's heads, the sun had set. The moon was magnificently bright and served to light our road. For 1 mile our way led across a perfectly level plain. This plain was covered with a kind of salt, as white as snow, and with the bright moon every object was as easily distinguished as by day. The fresh meat proved an awkward load for my men, and we frequently were forced to stop while one or the other rearranged the mass he carried. They were very cheery about it, however, and kept shouting to one another how much they would enjoy the morrow's feast. Their shouts were answered by the mocking wails of many hyenas, who hovered on our flanks and rear like a pursuing enemy. I shot 2 of these beasts, which kept their friends busy for a while, and enabled us to pursue our way in peace. This white plain reaches nearly to the shores of the Ngiri swamp on the north, and to the east it is bounded by a wall of densely thick bush. We had approached to within 400 yards of the point where the line of bush joins the swamp, when I noticed a small herd of wild beast walking slowly towards us, coming from the edge of the swamp. A few moments later a cry escaped from my gun-bearer, who grasped my arm and whispered eagerly, "Simba." This means lion. He pointed to the wall of bush, and near it, crawling on its belly towards the wild beast, was the form of a lion. I knelt down and raised the night sight of my .450 and fired at the moving form. The white soil and the bright moon actually enabled me to distinguish the yellow color of its skin. A loud growl answered the report of my rifle, and I could see the white salt of the plain fly as the lion ran round and round in a circle, like a kitten after its tail. I fired my second barrel, and the lion disappeared. The wild beast had made off at the first shot. I tried in the eagerness of youth to follow the lion in the bush, but soon common sense came to my rescue and warned me that in this dark growth the chances were decidedly in favor of the lion's getting me, and so gave up the chase. Now, if I only had waited till the great cat had got one of the wild beast, I feel pretty sure I should have been able to dispose of it at my leisure. When I returned to camp, I ungratefully lost sight of the good luck I had had, and gnashed my teeth at the thought that I had missed bringing home a lion and an elephant. I was not destined to see a lion again on this journey, but my annoyance at my ill fortune was often whetted by hearing them roar. However, by good luck and by George's help, I succeeded in securing one elephant. The story of how this happened shall be the last hunting adventure recorded in this article. We had left Ngiri and were camped at the next water, some 10 miles to the west. I had been out after giraffes, and had not been unsuccessful, and therefore had reached camp in high good humour. when George came to me and said things were going badly in camp, that the men had decided to desert me should I try to push further on into the country, and that both headmen seemed to think further progress was useless with the men in such temper. I was puzzled what to do, but wasted no time about making up my mind to do something. I went into the tent and called the 2 headmen to me. After a little delay they came, greeted me solemnly, and at a motion from me crouched on their hams. There is but little use in allowing a negro to state a grievance, particularly if you know it is an imaginary one. The mere act of putting their fancied wrongs into words magnifies them in their own minds and renders them less likely to listen to reason. My knowledge of Swahili at this time did not permit me to address them in their own language, so I spoke to them in English, knowing that they understood at least a few words of that tongue. I told them that I was determined to push on, that I knew that porters were like sheep and were perfectly under the control of the headmen. Consequently, should anything happen, I would know on whom to fix the blame. I repeated this several times, and emphasized it with dreadful threats, then motioned for them to leave the tent. I cannot say that I passed a comfortable night. Instead of songs and laughter, an ominous stillness reigned in the camp, and though my words had been brave, I knew that I was entirely at the mercy of the men. Before dawn we were under way, keeping a strict watch for any signs of mutiny, but though the men were sullen, they showed no signs of turning back. Our road lay over a wide plain, everywhere covered thickly with lava, the aspect of which was arid in the extreme. No more green buffalo bush, no more acacias, tall and beautiful, but in their place rose columns of dust, whirled hither and thither by the vagrant wind. 2 of my men had been over this part of the road before, but they professed to be ignorant of the whereabouts of the next water place. Any hesitation on my part would have been the signal for a general retreat, so there was nothing for it but to assume a look of the utmost indifference, and to assure them calmly that we should find water. At noon the appearance of the country had not changed. My men, who had incautiously neglected to fill their water bottles in the morning, were beginning to show signs of distress. Suddenly my gun-bearer, pointing to the left, showed me 2 herds of elephants approaching us. The larger herd, composed principally of bulls, was nearer to us and probably got our wind, for they at once turned sharply to their right and increased their pace. The other herd moved on undisturbed. I halted the caravan, told the men to sit down, and went forward to meet the elephants with my servant and 2 gun-bearers. I carried a .577. My servant carried the old 12-bore by Lang, his cartridges crammed to the muzzle with powder. We were careful to avoid giving the elephants our wind, so we advanced parallel to them, but in a direction opposite to that in which they were going. As they passed us, we crouched, and they seemed unconscious of our presence. They went about 400 yards past us, and then halted at right angles to the route they had been pursuing. There were 5 elephants in this herd, 4 large and 1 small one, bringing up the rear. Some 60 yards on their right flank was a small skeleton bush, and making a slight detour, we directed our course toward that. The leading animal was the largest, so I decided to devote our attention to that one. I told George to fire at the leg, and I would try for the heart. We fired simultaneously, George missing, and my shot taking effect altogether too high. 2 things resulted from the discharge of our rifles. The gun-bearers bolted with their weapons, and the elephants charged towards us in line of battle. As far as I can calculate, an elephant at full speed moves 100 yards in about 10 seconds, so my readers can judge how much time elapsed before the elephants were upon us. We fired again. My shot did no execution, but George, who had remained in a kneeling position, broke the off foreleg of the leading animal at the knee. It fell, and the others at once stopped. We then made off, and watched from a little distance a most interesting sight. The condition of the wounded elephant seemed to be known to the others, for they crowded about her and apparently offered her assistance. She placed her trunk on the back of one standing in front of her, and raised herself to her feet, assisted by those standing around. They actually moved her for some distance, but soon got tired of their kindly efforts. We fired several shots at them, which only had the effect of making two of the band charge in our direction and then return to their stricken comrade. Cover there was none, and with our bad marksmanship it would have been, to say the least, brutal to blaze away at the gallant little herd. Besides, cries of "Water, water!" were heard coming from my thirsty caravan. So there was nothing for it but to leave the elephant, take the people to water, if we could find it, and then return and put the wounded animal out of its misery. An hour and a half later we reached water, beautiful and clear, welling up from the side of a small hill. This is called Masimani. On reaching the water, all signs of discontent among my people vanished, and those among them who were not Mohammedans, and therefore had no scruples about eating elephant meat, raised a cheerful cry of "Tembo Tamu," elephant is sweet. I did not need a second hint, but returned, and finding the poor elephant deserted by its companions, put it out of its misery. It was a cow with a fine pair of tusks. The sun was setting, and my men, knowing that activity was the only means of saving their beloved elephant meat from the hyenas, attacked the body with fury, some with axes, others with knives, and one or two with sword bayonets. It was a terrible sight, and I was glad to leave them at it and return to camp, well satisfied with my day's work. From Masimani for the next 4 days the road had never been trodden by even an Arab caravan. I had no idea of the whereabouts of water, nor had my men, but having made a success of the first day's march, the men followed me cheerfully, believing me possessed of magic power and certain to lead them over a well-watered path. A kind Providence did actually bring us to water each night. The country was so dry that it was absolutely deserted by the inhabitants, the Masai, and great was the surprise of the Kibanoto people when we reached there on the 4th day. They thought that we had dropped from the clouds, and said there could not have been any water over the road we had just come. These Kibanoto people had never been visited by an European, but received us kindly. The people of Kibanoto are the westernmost inhabitants on the slopes of Kilimanjaro. From there to Taveta our road was an easy one, lying through friendly peoples. After a brief rest at Taveta, I returned to the coast, reaching Zanzibar a little over 6 months after I had set out from it. Perhaps a word about the climate of the part of the country through which I passed will not be amiss. Both my servant and myself suffered from fever, but not to any serious extent. If a sedentary life is avoided, and this is an easy matter while on a journey, if one avoids morning dews and evening damps, and protects his head and the back of his neck from the sun, I do not think the climate of East Africa would be hurtful to any ordinary healthy person. For my part, I do not think either my servant or myself have suffered any permanent ill effects from our venture. And yet the ages of 21 and 17 are not those best suited for travels in the tropics. W. A. Chanler. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled To the Gulf of Cortez by George H. Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the Gulf of Cortez. About a year ago, my brother, who is a very sagacious physician, advised me to take the fresh liver of a mountain sheep for certain nervous symptoms which were troublesome. None of the local druggists could fill the prescription, and so it was decided that I should seek the materials in person. With me went my friend J.B., the pearl of companions, and we began the campaign by outfitting at San Diego, with a view to exploring the resources of the sister republic in the peninsula of Lower California. Lower California is very different from Southern California. The latter is, well, a paradise, or something of that kind, if you believe the inhabitants, of whom I am a humble fraction. The former is what you may please to think. At San Diego we got a man, a wagon, 4 mules, and the needed provisions and kitchen, all hired at reasonable rates, except the provisions and the kitchen, which we bought. Then we tried to get a decent map, but were foiled. The Mexican explorer will find the maps of that country a source of curious interest. Many of them are large and elaborately mounted on cloth, spreading to a great distance when unfolded. The political divisions are marked with a tropical profusion of bright colors, which is very fit. A similar sense of fitness and beauty leads the designer to insert mountain ranges, rivers, and towns where they best please the eye, and I have had occasion to consult a map which showed purely ideal rivers flowing across a region where nature had put the divide of the highest range in the state. My furniture contained 100 cartridges, a belt I always carry, given by a friend, with a bear's head on the buckle, a belt which has held, before I got it, more fatal bullets than any other west of the Rockies, and my usual rifle. J.B. prepared himself in a similar way, except the belt. Starting south from San Diego, we crossed the line at Tijuana and spent an unhappy day waiting on the custom house officials. They, however, did their duty in a courteous manner, and we, with a bundle of stamped papers, went on. The only duties we paid were those levied on our provisions. The team and wagon were entered free under a prospector's license for 30 days, and an obliging stableman signed the necessary bond. The main difficulty in traveling in Lower California lies in the fact that you can get no feed for your animals. From Tijuana east to Tecate, where you find half a dozen hovels, there is hardly a house, and not a spear of grass for 30 miles. At Tecate there is a little nibbling. Thence south for 25 miles we went to the Agua Hechicera, or witching water. Thence east 25 miles more to Juarez, always without grass. Thence south to the ranch house of the Hansen Ranch at El Rayo, 25 miles more. There at last was a little grass, but after passing that point we camped at Agua Blanca, and were again without grass for 30 miles to the Trinidad Valley, which once had a little grass, now eaten clean. Fortunately we were able to buy hay at Tijuana and took some grain. Fortunately also we found some corn for sale at Juarez. So with constant graining, a little hay, and a supply of grass either absent or contemptible, we managed to pull the stock through. Besides our 4 hired mules, there was another belonging to our man Oscar, which we towed behind to pack later. The animal was small in size, but pulled back from 200 pounds at a ton at every step. Its sex was female, but its name was Lazarus, for the overwhelming necessity of naming animals of the ass tribe either Lazarus or Balaam tramples on all distinctions of mere sex. We started, prepared for a possible, though improbable, season of rain, but we did not count on extreme cold. Yet the first night out the water in our bucket froze, and almost every night it froze, from a mere skin to several inches thick. To give an idea of the country, I will transcribe from a brief diary a few descriptions. Starting from Tijuana, we drove or packed for nearly 200 miles in a southeasterly direction, until we finally sighted the Gulf and the mountains of Sonora in the distance. At first our road lay through low mountains, in valleys abounding in cholla cactus. From Tecate southward the country was rolling and clotted with brushwood until you reach Juarez. Juarez is an abandoned, or almost abandoned, placer camp. Here, amid the countless pits of the miners, the Piñon begins, and then, after a short distance, the pine barrens stretch for 40 miles. Beyond again you pass into hills of low brush and plains covered with sage and buckwheat, until finally you cross a divide into the broad basin of the Trinidad Valley. This is a depression some 20 miles long and perhaps 5 miles wide on the average, with a hot spring and a house at the southwestern end, walled on the southeast by the grim frowning rampart of the San Pedro Martir range, and on the other sides by mountains of lesser height but equal desolation. We had intended at first to strike for the Cocopa range, near the mouth of the Colorado River, and there do our hunting. Several reasons induced us to change our plan and make for the Hansen ranch, where deer were said to be plenty and sheep not distant, so we turned from Tecate southward, made one dry camp and one camp near Juarez, and on the 5th day of our journeying reached a long meadow, called the Bajío Largo, on the Hansen ranch. We turned from the road and followed the narrow park-like opening for 4 miles, camping in high pines, with water near, and enough remnants of grass to amuse the animals. This region of pine barrens occurs at quite an elevation, and the nights were cold. The granite core of the country crops out all along in low broken hills, the intervening mesas consisting of granite sand and gravel, and bearing beside the pines a good deal of brush. Thickets of manzanita twisted their blood-colored trunks over the ground, and the tawny stems of the redshank covered the country for miles. The redshank is a lovely shrub, growing about 6 or 8 feet high, with broom-like foliage of a yellowish green, possessing great fragrance. If you simply smell the uncrushed shoots, they give a faint perfume, somewhat suggestive of violets, and if you crush the leaves you get a more pungent odor, sweet and a little smoky. Also the gnarled roots of the redshank make an excellent cooking fire, if you can wait a few hours to have them burned to coals. All things considered, the pine barren country is very attractive, and if there were grass, water, and game, it would be a fine place for a hunter. From our camp at Bajío Largo, J.B. and I went hunting for deer, which were said to be plentiful. We hunted from early morning till noon, seeing only one little fellow, about the size of a jackrabbit, scuttle off in the brush. Then we decided to go home. This, however, turned out to be a large business. The lofty trees prevented our getting any extended view, and the stony gulches resembled each other to an annoying degree. At last even the water seemed to flow the wrong way. So we gave up the attempt to identify landmarks, and following our sense of direction and taking our course from the sun, we finally came again to the long meadow, and traveling down that, we came to camp. Here we violated all rules by shooting at a mark. Our excuse was that we had decided to leave the vicinity without further hunting, and at all events we spoiled the sardine box, to Oscar's great admiration. In order to get a fair day's journey out of a fair day, we had to rise at 4 or 5 o'clock. Oscar once or twice borrowed my watch to wake by, but the result was only that I had to borrow J.B.'s watch to wake Oscar by, so I afterwards retained the timepiece and got up early enough to start Oscar well on his duties. The question of fresh meat had now become important. We left Bajío Largo and drove to Hansen's Laguna, a shallow pond over a mile long, much haunted by ducks. Here we made a bad mistake, driving 6 or 8 miles into the mountains, only to reach nowhere and be forced to retrace our steps. Night, however, found us at El Rayo, the Hansen ranch house, and as it turned out, the real base of our hunting campaign. The Hansen ranch is an extensive tract, named after an old Swede who brought a few cattle into the country years ago. The cattle multiplied exceedingly, to the number indeed of several thousand, and can be seen at long range by the passer-by. They are very wild and gaunt at present, and will prance off among the rocks at a surprising rate before a man can get within 200 yards of them. Ex-Governor Ryerson now owns these cattle, and his major domo, Don Manuel Murillo, a fine grey-haired veteran, learning that I had known the governor, gave me much friendly advice, and sent his son to guide us well on the road to the Trinidad Valley and the sheep land. He also provided us with potatoes and fresh meat, so that we lived fatly thenceforth. Our track lay past an abandoned sawmill built by the International Company. Thence we were to go to Agua Blanca, the last water to be had on the road, for the next 30 miles are dry. The sawmill was built to supply timber to the mining town of Alamo, some 25 miles south. The camp is now in an expiring state and needs no timber, but is said to shelter some rough and violent men. The road from the mill was deep in sand, and our pace was slow. The darkness was coming cold and fast when we finally drove on to the water and halted to camp. 2 men were there before us, with a saddle horse each and no other apparent equipment. When we arrived, the men were watering their animals and at once turned their backs so as not to be recognized. Then they retired to the brush. We supped and staked out the mules, and then sent Oscar to look up our neighbors. Oscar went and shouted, but got no answer, and could find no men. We thought that our mules were in some danger, and J.B., who is a yachtsman, proposed to keep anchor watch. So Oscar remained awake till midnight, when he awoke me and retired freezing, saying that he had seen the enemy prowling around. I took my gun and visited the mules in rotation till 2:30. Then J.B. awoke, chattering with cold, but determined, and kept faithful guard until 5, when we began our day with a water bucket frozen solid. All our property remained safe, and a distant fire twinkling in the brush showed that our neighbors were still there. After breakfast, Oscar again sought the hostile camp, and finally found a scared and innocent Frenchman who cried out, on recognizing his visitor, "Holy Mary! I took you for American robbers from the line, and I have lain awake all night watching my horses." From Agua Blanca we drove across the Santa Catarina ranch, for the most part plain and mesa, covered with greasewood and buckbrush. This latter shrub looks much like sage, except that its leaves are of a yellow-green instead of a blue-green. It is said to furnish the chief nutrition for stock on several great ranches. Certainly there was no visible grass, but buckbrush can hardly be fattening. Toward night we crossed the pass into the Trinidad Valley, and drove down a grade, not steep only, but sidelong, where the wagons both went tobogganing down and slid rapidly toward the gulch. The mules held well, however, and before dark we were camped near the hot spring at the house of Alvarez. Our friend Don Manuel Murillo had recommended us both to Alvarez and his sister, Señora Paula, but both of these were absent. Don Manuel had also urged us to get the Indian Anastasio for a guide. "For heaven's sake," he said, "don't venture without a guide. You may perish from thirst, as others have done before you." We tried at first to hire burros and let our mules rest, but the Indian who owned the burros stated that his terms were 1 burro, 1 day, $1, an impudent attempt at robbery, which we resented. We interviewed Anastasio, however, who said he would start at any moment, and leaving Oscar to guard the wagon, we packed 2 mules, saddled 2 more for J.B. and myself, and giving Anastasio the tow rope of a pack mule, we started after him. Anastasio was the most interesting figure of the trip, and I must be pardoned if I go into some detail about him. He spoke some Spanish and understood a great deal. When he did not understand, he never stated that fact, but either assumed a stony look or answered at cross purposes, so that we did not get to know a great deal about each other for some time. He had, too, a lingering remnant of distrust of horses and mules that his ancestors must have felt in Spanish times, and when his pack mule got a stone in her hoof, he observed it with anxiety from a distance, but could not summon resolution to meddle with so serious a matter. Moreover, his measure of distance was primitive. I would ask, for instance, how many miles it was to our next stop. He might say 3 miles for an all-day journey of 6 times that length, or he might tell you that we were 9 miles from a stop, which we reached in half an hour. I then substituted leagues for miles, thinking that the Mexican usage would be more familiar to him, but at last Anastasio said rather impatiently that all this business of leagues and miles was rather confusing and outside of his experience. We would reach the next water shortly before sunset, and that was all the calculation he was accustomed to, and quite close enough. Aside from his knowledge of Spanish, Anastasio was indeed a fine representative of the best of the Stone Age, and as we journeyed on, one got an excellent idea of the life of the savage here in early times. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon we reached the only water spot on the trail. Anastasio parted some withered reeds, and looking earnestly said, "Dry." A short distance further up he repeated the word, and yet again, till at his 4th attempt he said, "Very little," and we camped. By scraping away the mud and grass, we got a small gravelly hole, and dipped out the slowly seeping water, a cup at a time. We thus managed to give each of the mules a little in a pan, and to get a canteen full for cooking. Then I noticed Anastasio gathering wood, which I thought at first was for general use, but I found it was a private pile, to be used, so to speak, for bedding. Anastasio did not take the axe to secure his wood, but smashed off mesquite branches with a rock or pulled out some old root. He quite despised piñon and juniper logs, saying they gave no heat, meaning probably that they burned out too soon. We turned in soon after supper, and the night was cold. Anastasio said he feared snow. The reason for his fear was soon evident. My bed was about 20 feet from Anastasio's, and during the night I would turn and watch him. He carried but one small blanket of about the texture of a gunny sack. He lighted a long smouldering fire, stripped himself naked, except a breech clout, and with his back to the coals and his front protected by his gauzy blanket, he slept until the cold roused him, when he put on more wood and slept again. I offered him 4 pairs of warm horse blankets to sleep in, but that was not the thing. He said that he needed to have the fire strike him in the small of the back, and that he slept in that way always. So throughout the night, in my wakeful moments, I saw the light reflected from his mahogany person. Evidently snow or cold rain would be disastrous to people who need a fire all night, for with no covering against the cold, and with fires extinguished by storm, they might easily freeze to death. We were packed and marching at 7:30 next morning, and to those who know the inwardness of packing in winter, that statement means a good deal. It means, for instance, that J.B. got up at my summons long before dawn and cooked a splendid breakfast, and that the mules were caught and grained and saddled, and the packs were made and lashed by the earliest sun. J.B. was a wonder. He seemed to enjoy giving his fellow mortals the best breakfasts and suppers, for we never had any midday meals, that our supplies could furnish. Always rising at the first call, in the dark, sometimes with the accompaniment of snow or rain, he managed the commissariat to perfection. I, in my humble way, packed and saddled and did other necessary work, and Anastasio regarded us with benevolent curiosity, though always ready to get wood or water or mules when we asked him to do so. We were now approaching the true desert. This term is not restricted to the broad level sand wastes along the Gulf, but includes the arid and waterless mountains adjacent, and this must be borne in mind when the Mexicans tell you that sheep are to be found in the desert. We passed the last of the brushy hills, and crossing a small divide, came over slopes of volcanic cinders to a little water spot with dwarf willows and grass. This was our hunting camp. The country through which our route had lain heretofore was altogether granitic, though one could see hills apparently of stratified material in the distance. Toward the desert we met beds of conglomerate and trachyte, and mountains covered with slide rock, ringing flint-like clinkers from some great volcanic furnace. But doubtless some accurate and industrious German has described all this in a work on the geology of the peninsula, and to that valuable treatise I will refer you for further facts. The vegetation had somewhat changed. There were more cactuses, particularly the fleshy kind called venaga, though I noticed with surprise the absence of the great fruit-bearing cactuses, the saguaro and pitaya, all along our route. The Spanish daggers were very numerous, as were also mescal plants, both of these forming veritable thickets in places. The venaga cactus is similar to the bisnaga found in other parts of Mexico, except in the disposition and curvature of the thorns. They are stumpy plants, growing from a foot to 3 feet or so in height, and a foot or more in diameter, like a thick-set post. Those of us who delighted in Maine reeds, boy hunters, will remember how the adventurous young men saved themselves from dying of thirst by laying open these succulent cactuses with their long hunting knives and drinking the abundant juices. I have often faithfully tried to perform the same feat, out of reverence for my heroes, but failed to find anything juicier than, say, a raw turnip, by no means satisfying as a drink. The venagas are found on the mountains where sheep haunt, with their hard prickly rinds broken and the interior hollowed out, and Anastasio said that the sheep do this by knocking holes in the cactus with their horns, and then eating the inside. This cactus country makes the third variety of wilderness encountered in the peninsula. There are 4. First and best, the pine barrens. Second, the brushy hills and plains covered with sage, greasewood, and buckwheat. Third, the spike-bearing volcanic region. And fourth, the appalling desolation of the acknowledged desert. The moment we had unloaded and watered our animals, Anastasio and I set out to look for deer. Anastasio wore the spotted and tattered remnant of a frock coat, once green, given him by an Englishman, of whom I shall say more later. He had guarachis or sandals on his feet, bare legs, a breech-clout, and on his head a reddish bandana handkerchief in the last stages of decay. And as he peered over some rock, glaring long and earnestly in search of game, he reminded one of those lean and wolfish Apaches that Remington draws in a way so dramatic and so full of grim significance. Anastasio was 51 years old and had no upper incisors, but the way he flung his gaunt leathern shanks over those mountains of volcanic clinkers, armed with the poisoned bayonets of myriads of mescal, cactus, and Spanish dagger, was astonishing. I told him that I was not racing and that he would scare the game. In fact, he did start one little fellow, but he said he always saw the game first, and for this day I was quite powerless to hold him in, so I decided to return to camp before dark. This disgusted Anastasio greatly. "In this way we shall never kill," said he. "We are going to suffer from hunger." I assured him that we had plentiful supplies, but he had come for meat. Unbounded meat had been the chief incentive for his trip, and hungry he was determined to be. The next day J.B. set out early with the red man. I arranged camp, and 2 or 3 hours later took what I supposed was a different direction, but soon encountered the pair returning. J.B. had a painful knee, and Anastasio had started his racing tactics and kept them up until J.B. was quite lame. The Indian reported that he had seen sheep. J.B. had used the glass without finding them, and then Anastasio had captured it and looked through the wrong end, nodding and saying he could count 5 very big. This, I am sorry to say, was false and affected on Anastasio's part, and J.B. was skeptical about the sheep altogether. But I knew how hard it was to find distant game when you don't know exactly how it should appear. To reach the supposed sheep, the mountain must be climbed and the crest turned, for the wind permitted no other course. J.B. did not feel up to the task, and I directed him to camp. Anastasio and I climbed for about 4 hours, and reached a position whence his sheep would be visible. He was now discontented because J.B. had not lent him his gun. No request had been made for the gun, to be sure, but I confess that a request would have met with my earnest opposition in any event. Evidently Anastasio's expectations of fresh meat were now so dim as to cast serious shadow on my skills as a hunter, but resigning himself to the inevitable, he crawled to the summit of the ridge for a view. He stared long, and said he could make out one ewe lying down under a juniper. I tried the glass. He was right. His unaided sight seemed about equal in definition to my field glass. On this occasion he declined to use the glass, even with some appearance of disgust. We could get no nearer unseen, and though the distance was very great, I decided to risk a shot. I fired, in fact, 2 or 3 shots at the ewe, alarming her greatly, when from beneath a cliff which lay below us a band streamed out. 2 big rams started off to the right. Anastasio and I ran down a bit, and I tried a long shot at the leading ram. The distance was great, and the run had pumped me a little. I missed. The second ram was still larger. He stopped a moment at 150 yards, and I dropped him. Anastasio grunted satisfaction. I swung to the left, where the rest of the band was journeying, sighted at the shoulder of a young ram, and fired. The ball passed through my intended victim, dropped him, and entered the eye of a yearling ram who stood behind, thus killing 2 rams at one shot, a most unusual accident. The rest of the band were now quite distant, and though I fired several shots at Anastasio's desire, he said he wanted a fat ewe, none took effect. I cleaned the sheep and skinned out the big head. Anastasio took one small ram entire on his back, supporting it by a rope passed over the top of its head, and started down with it, while I followed after with the big horns. It was 1 o'clock. The head might have weighed 35 pounds fresh. It grew to weight 1,500 pounds before dark. Stumbling down through the slide rock with legs full of venomous prickers, I passed below camp without noticing it, and was well on the other side when I thought I had gone about far enough, and shouted. J.B.'s voice answered across a small hill, and I discovered that he had never reached camp at all, but had found a water spot, and wisely decided not to leave it without good reason. I scouted a bit to the west, but found unfamiliar country, and as the sun had set, we were seemingly about to stay by that water all night, when I turned around and saw a pale column of smoke rising above the crest of the ridge against the evening sky. At once we marched around the ridge, and as we rose over the divide, we saw the whole hillside flaming with signal fires. Our dear old Anastasio had become alarmed, and set fire to 15 or 20 dead mescals in different places to guide us home. God bless a good Indian. With vast content we prepared and ate a luxurious supper. Anastasio, however, fearing that he might be hungry in the night, impaled all the ribs of one side of the ram on a pole, and planted it in a slanting position over the fire. Thus he was enabled to put in his time during his wakeful moments, and face the prospect of a remote breakfast without discouragement. The next day I spent the morning in washing, resting, and cutting spikes out of my legs. Anastasio packed in the second small ram, and ate ribs and slept. Then in the afternoon we got the rest of the big fellow down. Anastasio, to make his load lighter, smashed off the shanks with a stone, although he carried a knife in his belt, a striking trick of heredity. And then we talked. The Trinidad Valley is not my country, said Anastasio. This is my country. Yonder, under that red rock on the mountainside, about 5 miles away, there is a spring in the gulch on the edge of the desert. I was born there, and lived there 20 years with my father's family. Here, where your camp is, about 20 feet square of slide rock level enough to stand on, we sowed crops. We scraped a hole between the stones with our hands, put in squash seeds, watered them by carrying water from the spring in our hands, and raised several hills. So he went on, not in so connected a way, but showing, bit by bit, his manner of life. His tribe, which he called the Kiliu, must have been very restricted in numbers at best. His territory was a few leagues of desert, or almost desert, mountains, every yard of which he knew by heart, while just over the ridge dwelt the Cocopas, his mortal enemies. Sometimes a score of men armed with bows would start a tribal hunt for deer, though the sheep were beyond their means of attack. Sometimes they journeyed a few leagues to the Gulf to eat mussels. We could see the great blue sheet, and the leagues of salt and crustaceans glimmering white on the hither side, and at one spot on the horizon the blue peak of one Sonora mountain rose out of the seeming ocean. But a few deer and mussels and a half-dozen hills of squashes could not fill the abyss of the Indian appetite. The standby was roasted mescal. These plants grow in great numbers in the country adjoining the desert, and at every season there are some just right for roasting. The Indians selected these and cooked them for 2 or 3 days in a hole in the ground, by a process called tatima, similar in principle to a clam bake. This roasting converts the starchy leaves and heart into a sugary mass, so that the resulting food is something like a sweet fibrous beet. The Indians' life really lay in gathering and roasting mescal, and when a storm prevented the necessary fires, the tribe passed days, often many days, without food. So much for Anastasio's early life. A year ago, he told us, he went hunting with 2 Americans. One of them came from under the earth, where there were 6 months of night, and had passed 2 seas and been a month on a train. We supposed, from this, that Anastasio had served as guide to an Englishman, whose home he described at the Antipodes. The 6 months of night were perhaps represented by the London fogs, and if he passed a month on the train, he must have come by the Southern Pacific. The Englishman had presented Anastasio with a very undesirable gabardine I have before described. Anastasio said that the Englishman shot quail in the head every time with his rifle, but on meeting a band of 11 sheep he fired 9 shots without hitting. Anastasio said he trembled, but I inclined to think that the Indian had run him out of breath. Finally the Englishman secured 2 ewes and a lamb, after 3 weeks of hunting. Look at my fortune. A single day on the mountain, and 3 rams to show for it. One with horns that are an abiding splendor, 16 inches around the base and 42 inches on the outer sweep. I thought at first that the horns made more than one complete spiral, but on leveling them carefully I saw that the entire curve would not be complete without the points, which were smashed off. In this connection it is only fair to consider that I carried my lucky bear's head belt, and invariably sacrificed to the sun, as several ragged garments, hung on spikes and branches, may still testify. The weather threatened storm. J.B.'s leg would not permit him to hunt. Anastasio was full of meat, eating roasted ribs night and day beside his regular meals, and we decided to retreat. I noticed that the sheep hides had little of the underwool that the northern sheep have in December, nor were the animals fat, though the flesh was sweet and tender, and the livers had their desired medicinal effect. Anastasio said it was customary to hunt in summer, when the sheep were fat and were compelled to resort to the water holes. Aside from the meanness of taking advantage of the animals' necessities, the summer is a bad season for hunting, both because the flesh is rank and spoils quickly, and the heat and insects are intolerable. We packed our mules in the gentle rain, and Anastasio made a great bundle of rejected meat for his own use. To get rope, he slightly roasted the leaves of a Spanish dagger, tore the hot spikes in shreds with his tough fingers, and knotted the fragments into a strong, pliable cord. In 2 days we were again in the Trinidad Valley, and in 2 days more, one of them passed in facing a cold driving storm of great violence, we had reached our old friend, Don Manuel Murillo, at El Rayo. Here we lay over a day to rest the animals, and Don Manuel again played the part of a good angel in letting us have some hay. I tried a shot at a duck on a little pond. The shot was a costly success. The duck died, but I had to wade for his remains through many yards of frozen mud and dirty water. The duck, though lean, was tender. My last hunt was for deer at El Rayo, with a boy of Don Manuel's as guide. Toward noon I saw 2 deer and shot them. I do not at present know just how to class them. The tail is that of an ordinary mule deer or blacktail of Colorado and Montana, but there is no white patch on the rump. The most of the deer in Lower as well as in Southern California have little white on their rumps, as in these specimens, but the upper surface of the tail is generally dark. The majority of the animals also are smaller than the typical mule deer of our northern states, but whether the differences between the two are great enough and constant enough to form a defined variety, some more competent naturalist must decide. Pending authoritative decision, I will submit, as a working theory of a purely amateur kind, this suggestion, that the Mexicans are right in saying that the northern zone of their country contains 2 varieties of deer, one a large animal called burro, identical with our northern mule deer, the other called venado, a mule deer too, but only a cousin of the burro, much smaller, and with the white parts of the mask, throat, rump, and tail either absent or much diminished in extent. Our journey home was accomplished in the worst weather. Snow, cold rain, gales of surprising fury made life a struggle, but we jumped at every chance for progress, and finally crossed the line 25 days after we had left it. Tired, ragged, dirty, but with our mules alive and our hearts contented. Our experience on the peninsula indicated that there were few inhabitants of any kind, brute or human. We saw hardly a dozen rabbits on the trip. There were some quail and many ducks, but the latter were visitors only. Deer were very scarce, and there were but a few half-wild cattle visible. As for human beings, there was not an inhabited house on our road from Alvarez Place, in the Trinidad Valley, to El Rayo, a distance of 55 miles, nor from El Rayo to Juarez, 25 miles more. Indeed, except for the few hovels at Tecate, the houses for the rest of the way were hardly more numerous. And yet we had a strong impression that the country had nearly all the population it could support. Given a moderately dry year, and the part of Lower California which we visited can be thought fit only for bogus land companies and goose egg mines, or, yes, it might be an ideal spot for a health resort or a penal colony. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled A Canadian Moose Hunt by Madison Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Canadian Moose Hunt. In October 1893, I made an extended trip with my brother into the country around the headwaters of the Ottawa. Our original plan, to push northward toward the height of land after caribou, was frustrated by high winds, which made travel on the large lakes slow and dangerous. The crossing of a 10-mile lake, which could be accomplished in a morning if calm, would consume several days with a high wind blowing, necessitating a tedious coasting on the windward shore. After much delay from this cause, and from heavy rains which made hunting difficult in the extreme, we at length abandoned the hope of caribou on this trip, and turned southward from Birch Lake into Lake Quinguishee, the Indian name for meat bird. This was about the northern limit of moose, although a few are found beyond it. Our repeated failures to see this great deer would not form interesting reading, although, if recorded, they would, no doubt, bring to the mind of many a moose hunter memories of times when the hunt was hard and the result a blank. It is my purpose in this article to merely sketch one or two instances of this sort, which, in contrast to days of unrewarded watching, were red-lettered with excitement. I only give the episodes because too often we relate our victories alone, and missed shots and barren tramps are consigned to ill-merited oblivion, however real they were. A moose of the Upper Ottawa. After hunting the country around Lake Kingwishi, we at length camped on a small pond near the east shore. Here we watched and called every night and morning. Then we visited neighboring swamps and ponds, carrying a canoe through the forest by compass. It was always the same, wet and hungry, tired out with tramping through tamarack swamps. We would call half the night, sometimes startled with false alarms from hoot owl or loon, and then lie down in a rain-soaked tent without a fire, for smoke always scares a moose. The first streaks of dawn came, and again we were up and anxiously watching the shore for the appearance of the monster we were after. There were his tracks a few hours old, but we could never catch him making them. It was too early in the season to trail them down, as the bulls were traveling continuously in impenetrable swamps, and our best chance was to run across them on the waterways. One morning, on a pond we had named Little Trout Pond, because it looked as though it should have trout in it, but did not, we awoke after some specially exhausting and disappointing back pond expeditions, and found Chabot, one of our two Indian guides, gone. Late in the afternoon he returned. He had been seeing the country, and had found a swamp about 3 miles off full of fresh tracks. So big moose, and he described tracks such as must have belonged to the Irish elk. Soon after sunrise on the following day we were there. Cold lunch, no dinner, and lots of beautiful fresh tracks, one the largest I ever saw. We watched motionless all day, saw the sun cross the zenith and sink out of sight, saw the twilight fade away and the moon come up. About midnight we went back to camp, through the woods. Night travel in a forest that you can scarcely get through in the daytime is beyond description. "So good swamp," said Chabot sadly, that night as he crawled into his tent. The next day we pitched a rough camp on a hogback between two barren plains about 5 miles from our main camp. It rained hard as soon as we got the tent up, and we watched a runway at the foot of the hill until dark, and then turned in. The next morning it rained so heavily that we lay in our tent, 4 of us, until about 11 a.m., when it slacked up a little. My diary says, "No fire and little breakfast." Before this little breakfast was finished, we heard a moose call close by. Seizing our rifles, we started with Chabot to stalk him. The brevity of a diary is somewhat eloquent. Mine says, "Walked from 12 to 4:30 p.m. through the bush. Didn't hear that moose again." The later hour found us back in camp to get breakfast, when our other guide, Jocko, who had gone to the main camp for food, came back in great excitement, having found some fresh signs close at hand. Breakfast was dropped, and again we started. We got back just after dark from that trip, and ate, for the first time that day, some cold porridge and pork. This was a fair sample of our hunting day, but did not equal the following one. It rained all that night, and the tent, not having been properly stretched, leaked. We were awakened by the crackling of a fire the guides had made. It was direct disobedience of orders, and contrary to the most elementary rules of moose hunting, but, cold and faint for want of food, we yielded to the innate perversity of the Indian. We made a wild-eyed, starved group, warming our fingers around the little blaze as it snapped up through the still, wet morning air. The teapot was just beginning to boil. The pork was just sizzling, when we sprang to our feet. A crash of antlers, as though two bulls were fighting, sounded not 100 yards away. The noise was perfectly clear, having a metallic ring to it, and was caused by moose horns striking a hard substance. Again, without a word, we seized our rifles and left our breakfast and fire, and I never saw that spot afterward. Again came the sound, still distinct, but further off, this time like a birch canoe dragged through alders. The animal had been on the runway, which crossed at the foot of the hill we were camped on, when he scented the fresh-lit fire. Well, to make a long story short, we followed that trail 3 weary hours of running and creeping through frightful swamps and thickets, hearing every few minutes the sound just ahead of us, but with never a sight of the game. His huge tracks, which we crossed now and again, showed he was not even trotting. Nearly exhausted, we kept following the sound directly, and so cutting across and gaining on him. Once he seemed just ahead, and we expected to see him each second, but we had to pay for the luxury of that fire as for other good things in life, so we never saw a hair of him. When at last completely used up, we burst out on a lake and saw the muddy tracks and the water still riled up where he had crossed. Jocko swore he had heard him crash up the opposite bank, but we were at the end of our strength and could go no further. A man must eat sometimes, even on a moose hunt. Now comes the really tragical part of this episode. Our canoe was not 20 feet from where this perverse animal had entered the water, and we were on the little pond where our permanent camp stood. Still, we felt encouraged, for, as Chabot said that night, "Hear him now, see him pretty soon." But not for many days. One more sample to encourage would-be moose hunters, and then we will kill a moose just to show how easy it is. 2 nights after the above adventure, we changed our camp and the weather at the same time. It was clear now, but it grew very cold, and made night work in the canoe a horror. It was my brother's turn to call, and I was just dropping off to sleep in my tent within a few feet of the lake shore, when from the other side of the water, about a quarter of a mile distant, a bull moose called. On the cold, still air it rang out like a trumpet, a long call, very different from the call made by Indian hunters. Jocko, who was with me in camp, was frantic with excitement, especially as my brother, who must have heard it, did not answer. Again the call sounded. The bull must be on the shore. I thought he might swim over. Then came the answering call, close at hand, of a cow. Jocko laughed and whispered, "Chabot, call him." Then there was silence for a few minutes, followed by a final bellow, evidently further off. The mock cow bawled and screamed and bleated frantically, but no sound came back. My brother and his man kept it up until late that night, and then came to the camp almost frozen. That incident ruined my faith in calling, for every condition of wind and weather was perfect, and Chabot's calling apparently most enticing. After this and similar episodes, we left the Kingwishi country, after hunting it carefully as far north as Sassaniga Lake. We passed Sayres Lake and the Bois Franc, and finally reached Little Bouchine. Near the last lake my brother killed a young bull moose, whose meat was the first fresh food, except partridge, we had had for over 3 weeks. It was delicious, and we felt the change of diet at once in increased strength and energy. For continuous use, moose meat is much superior to other venison, as it is of a rich flavor which does not readily pall on the taste. The myth about moose muffle being such a hunter's delicacy has never allured me to actually eat it, but I suppose a starving man might, after consuming his boots, manage to swallow it. There were many fresh signs in the neighborhood of the Little Bouchine Lake. but some lumbermen had arrived a few days before us and had scared the game away. This starting the quarry is the real difficulty in moose hunting, for when once disturbed, the bull leaves with all his kith and kin, so the only chance in these regions is to find him immediately on arrival in a new district and before he comes across your tracks. Still working slowly southward, we hunted more back ponds, until at last my turn came on the 27th hunting day. Let no man say that moose hunting is a picnic. We had camped on a little strip of land between a pond and a long narrow swamp about 4 o'clock on a beautiful afternoon. Leaving my brother and Jocko to eat dinner in comfort, I started to the head of the swamp. The water was so low that we could barely force the light canoe through the lily pads. Old moose signs were plenty. A family of moose had evidently been there all summer, but until we reached the upper end we saw no fresh tracks. The sluggish stream we were on drained a shallow lake, and after a few hard plunges our canoe floated clear of the mud into the silent waters of a circular pond. It was a basin about a half-mile across, surrounded by low hardwood hills, and so shallow that a moose, I think, could have waded across the deepest part. The shores were marked up with some very large tracks, but fresh signs had long since ceased to excite in me anything more than a passing interest. We made the tour of the lake slowly and quietly. Nothing was in sight except 4 wood ducks. This was Last Chance Pond, and if I got no moose here, we must return to Mattawa for another outfit, which I had about made up my mind to do. The night settled, still and cold, oh, so cold, and the stars came out with wonderful distinctness. What was that? Chabot had started up, listened, and a second later was driving the birch across the lake noiselessly. As we neared the shore, it was inky black. A mammoth would not have been visible 10 yards away. Twigs breaking at long intervals told that something was on shore just in cover of the bushes. We waited some time, and at last I whispered to Chabot, "Mukwa? Bear?" "Not Mukwa. Cow," answered the guide. As he spoke, the short call of a bull floated out on the cold air from the side of the pond that we had just left. I think Chabot was right about the cow being in the bushes, but he may have been mistaken. One's hearing becomes unnaturally sensitive after a few weeks' continuous straining to catch and distinguish the most distant sounds. But there was no mistake about the bull's call. He was well back from the shore on the hillside. The wind was wrong, and although he grunted at intervals for an hour, he paid no attention to Chabot's most seductive pleadings. We imitated with paddles the splashings of a cow walking in the shallow water, but this and other devices had no effect. When at last even my Indian could no longer bear the bitter cold of the wind which had sprung up, we started for camp. Long past midnight we crawled into our blankets, and I dropped asleep, cursing the day I had first gone after moose. We were on that pond again before daylight. Not a sound to be heard, not a living thing to be seen when the sun rose. We took our stand on a small point opposite the outlet and watched. I sat on a fallen tree, motionless, hour after hour. Chabot dozed beside me. Those 4 ducks played and fed within 30 feet, and a muskrat worked at house building a few yards away. The silence was intense. There was not a breath of wind. I knew my brother was doing the same thing on a neighboring pond, and I fell to thinking whether there was some special nemesis about this hunt, or was it the fault of the guides. I glanced at the outlet in front of me, about a half a mile distant. There was a moose, stalking with the utmost deliberation along the edge of the woods, and then into the shallow water. Chabot was roused by a hasty shake, and a second later the canoe was flying across the lake. As we crossed, I inspected the moose closely. He was walking slowly, nibbling the long reed-like grass that stuck up from the water. His neck seemed very stiff. and he swung his legs from his hips and shoulders. The hump was extremely conspicuous, perhaps because his head was carried low to get at the grass. He was a young bull, nearly full grown, and with small antlers. He looked occasionally at the canoe, now fast nearing him. But we had the advantage of the wind, and the sun was going down behind us. It was just 5 o'clock. He walked, now out towards us, now back to shore, as though about to bolt for the bush, but working slowly toward the north, where we afterwards found a much-used runway leading to the marsh. My brother was watching 2 miles away. I opened fire about 50 yards off, when the moose was standing in about a foot of water, looking suspiciously at us. The shot was too high, but struck him in the shoulder. He started in a lumbering gallop along the shore. I fired again. This turned him into the woods at an old lumber road. We heard the twigs snap sharply for a minute, and then a heavy crash and silence. I thought we had lost him, but Chabot declared that he was down. I sprang ashore the moment the canoe grounded and dashed in on his trail, which was perfectly clear on the soft moss. Looking ahead through the open woods for the animal which I thought had turned, I almost fell over his prostrate body. His head rested against a small windfall which he had tried to clear, an effort which appeared to have cost him his life. Moss hung from some small spruce trees close by, which had been kicked up in the death struggle. The shoulder shot had been the fatal one, but he had been hit hard in the side too. He was not full grown, and measured only 5 feet 6½ inches in height, and 8 feet 3¼ inches in length, from the nose to root of tail. His girth at the shoulder was 5 feet 11¼ inches. His nose showed none of the Jewish characteristics which taxidermists are fond of giving their mounted moose heads. The forehead and shoulders were brownish instead of black, like the rest of his body. The hind legs were wholly white, as were the forelegs below the knee. I am inclined to think he was a ranger moose, but could not tell with certainty, as his horns were too undeveloped. The velvet was still hanging in places, but very dry. This was unusual, as it was the 10th of October. Ordering Chabot to dress the moose, I went back to the canoe, having decided to watch until dark, although there seemed no possibility of seeing another moose after the firing. My lazy guide, instead of obeying my order, merely cut the skin, the result that all the meat spoiled, probably just what he wanted, fearing he would have to portage it out of the bush. We returned to our point and dozed again. At 6:45 it was getting dark fast, and in the north a black, ugly-looking cloud was gathering. We might as well go back to camp if it was going to blow and rain, so I told Chabot to shove off and to give one last toot of his horn, just for luck. The air was still as death with the dread of the impending storm. Chabot took up the coiled birch, and the echoes rang out with a short grunting call, which so much resembles a man chopping wood. Before they died away there came from behind us, just to our right, the unmistakable answering grunt of a bull moose. He was probably on his way to the lake, and our call merely hastened him and brought him out into the open before it was too dark to shoot. He was very near, and came steadily forward, stopping now and then to listen. We could hear him plainly as his horns broke the twigs at every step. Once or twice he lashed the bushes with them. He repeated his grunts, unk, unk, every few steps. He was so evidently reckless that, to take no chance, I allowed Chabot to answer only once with the short call. I say short call, in distinction to the long modulated call, which is used to good purpose in Maine and New Brunswick, but which I have never known to succeed in this part of Canada. The moose paused for a moment in the alders that formed a close thicket at the water's edge, and I feared he had seen or scented us. Then suddenly and noiselessly he stepped out from a cove a short 100 yards away. He had taken less than 10 minutes from the first call to his appearance. At the first alarm we had pushed off and were floating quietly just by the shore. The water was so shallow that the birch made, to my ears at least, a frightful scraping as it pushed over the dead sticks that lay in the water, and the wind was unfavorable. I shall never forget the appearance that bull made as he stepped fiercely and proudly out with his head up, swinging a splendid set of antlers as lightly as straws. He did not see us, but strode about 10 yards into the shallow lake, where the water scarcely covered his hoofs, and first glancing away for a second, turned like a flash and faced us full, looking down on us in surprised disgust. He was greatly excited, and the mane on his hump was erect, increasing his natural height, and there was nothing timid or deer-like in his appearance. I have seen in the arena a bull step out from the darkened stall into the glare of sunlight, and gaze for a moment at the picadors with a sort of indignant surprise. So this great bull moose looked. We gazed motionless at each other, I knowing that it was one of the grandest and rarest sights on the American continent, and he thinking, no doubt, what a disgraceful imitation of a cow the motionless canoe made. Chabot's breath was coming hard behind me, and I felt the birch bark quiver. As I raised my rifle, I realized that it had suddenly grown very dark under this western bank, and the bull precisely resembled in color the background, and, large as he was, made a very poor mark. The tall grass which I had looked over in watching him, now sticking up in front of the sights, bothered me. I fired at the root of his neck, and the rifle gave a suppressed roar in the heavy air, and the smoke hung like a pall. The bull ran straight forward, hesitated as though about to charge, then turned and made wonderful speed along the lake shore. The moment I could see him, I fired again. In the dim twilight, he was almost out of sight. When the smoke cleared, he was gone. Neither of us moved. It was too frightful to miss such an immense creature at that range. We heard him crash up the hillside, and then stop a short distance back in the wood. Then I knew he either was down or had turned, unless he had found an open lumber road where his horns would make no sound. For a moose can go in the most mysterious manner when he chooses to be quiet. But there was nothing quiet about this bull. Chabot declared that he had heard him cough, but I did not believe it. I pointed to the spot where he had entered the bush, and a moment later the canoe grated on the beach. There were the huge tracks with the hoofs wide spread, and the trail entering an old lumber road. All this took less time to happen than to read, and yet it was now dark, so quickly had night fallen. By straining my eyes, I saw it was 7 o'clock, just 2 hours after the first bull was killed. Chabot wanted to go back to camp, which was the proper thing to do, especially as I had now just one cartridge left. I had only taken a handful with me that morning. We entered the forest foot by foot, Chabot following the trail where I could scarcely see to step. A few yards in, and the track turned from the old road into the thick bush, and we knew the moose was near. A little further, and we scarcely moved, stepping like cats from tree to tree, expecting every second to hear an angry grunt, and have the bull emerge from the impenetrable veil of night that hung around us. At last we came to a windfall, and we were for some time at a loss to find whether he had gone across or around it. In lighting a match with extreme caution, the light fell on a tall moose wood stem about as large as one's finger. 4 feet from the ground it was dripping with bright red blood. The coughing Chabot had heard was now, we thought, explained, and the game hard hit. We decided to go back to camp, for, as my guide put it very clearly, the wounded bull would either fight or run. I wasn't anxious for the first alternative in the dark and tangled wood with 1 cartridge, and the second meant a long chase on the morrow. If we left him until the morning, he would either be dead or too stiff from his wound to go far. So back we went to camp, amply repaid by the events of the 2 hours for weeks of hardship and exposure. Just at daylight the next morning, as we were leaving camp, prepared to take and keep the trail of that bull if it led to Hudson Bay, my brother appeared with Jocko. He had had no breakfast, and had come a long distance through a frightful bush in order to be in at the death, as he had heard the firing, and shrewdly suspected that in the dusk a wounded moose was the result. "From the tracks at my lake," said he, as he strode up to the fire, "there are 2 bull moose around here, a large and a small one. Which did you get?" "Both," replied Chabot. We took the trail at the water's edge, and found it smeared with blood. The bull could not have gone far. A short walk brought us to the windfall where we had turned back the night before, and which had seemed so deep in the woods. 100 yards beyond it lay the bull on his right side. The second shot had struck him in the center of the left ham and ranged through him. The meat was spoiled, as was the hide. That is, the hair came out so badly that it was not worth while to prepare it. But the neck and scalp were perfect, except a bad scar on the forehead, received in fighting. He was a grand sight as he lay dead in that silent autumn forest, for I never can get over the impression that somehow or other the moose is a survival of a long past order of nature, a fit comrade for the mammoth and the cave bear. He was short and thick set, with immense chest power, probably a swamp moose. The neck was short and stout, and he had a Jewish cast of a nose. No bell merely the common dewlap. He measured at the shoulder 6 feet 6 inches, 9 feet 8½ inches from nose to tip of tail, girth at shoulders 6 feet 2½ inches. We skinned and decapitated the moose, one after the other. The meat of both was completely spoiled, and it seemed wicked to leave those 2 huge carcasses to the bears and wolves, but there was no help for it, so we started for Mattawa. I doubt if we could have carried out any of the meat if we had tried, for we had to throw away everything not absolutely necessary on the long portages that followed. At last we reached Rissuso's on Snake Lake, and with the welcome the old man gave us, felt quite at home once more. Then, passing by the scenes of a former hunt, we reached Fort Eddy, the old Hudson Bay post, and then the Ottawa River. We ran the cave rapids, and at sundown on a beautiful day the town of Mattawa swung in sight, and the hunt was over. The country we had traversed contained little except bears and moose. We saw a few caribou tracks, and brought home with us a curious caribou antler, which we found in the woods. The fur animals have, within the last 5 years, been exterminated, and the very few beaver that survive have abandoned their old habits, and live in holes in the banks of the larger streams. We found traces of one of these bank beaver, but he was probably traveling, and we could not catch him. A few mink were shot, but the country is completely stripped of everything else of value. If the present law prohibiting the trapping of otter and beaver can be enforced, perhaps the land may be restocked, but it will take years. It is fit for nothing except fur and timber, and with efficient game wardens could be made to produce a large return from these sources. Partridges and loons abounded, but ducks were seldom seen. The lakes form a complete system of communication by means of easy portages, but there are no streams that contain trout, and no springs to supply drinking water. This lack of fresh water caused us considerable suffering, as the lake water is supposed to be dangerous, and a pail of spring water, which we got at the start, was carried for days over portages as our most precious baggage. We did not see a sign of a brook trout during the entire trip, and I do not believe that there were any in the waters we traversed. There may have been lake trout, but our trolling produced only pike and pickerel. This absence of small game and fish makes the country very uninteresting, and the long monotony between most exciting events is the greatest drawback to hunting on the upper Ottawa. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4. Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled A Hunting Trip in India by Elliott Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. A Hunting Trip in India. Early in 1881, I landed at Bombay, intending to get as many varieties of big game shooting as possible during the course of the year. I was well armed with introductions, including many from the Department of State, and during my stay in India was treated by the English military officers, civil officials, planters, and merchants with a hearty hospitality, which I cordially appreciated. Thanks to this hospitality, and to the readiness with which all to whom I was introduced fell into my plans, I was able to get a rather unusually varied quantity of sport. My first trip was in March, after tigers. On the 1st of March I started from Hyderabad with Colonels Fraser and Watson, and traveled by palanquin that day and night, and most of the next day, striking the foot of the Ghat at a place called Runjapur, and then going on over a great plain, beyond which we camped. The scenery was magnificent, and we heard much news of the devastation of tigers among the large herds of miserable-looking cattle belonging to the poor villagers round about. The thermometer went up to 96 degrees in the shade during the day, but the nights were lovely and cool. Thanks to Colonel Fraser, we were fitted out as comfortably as we could be, and the luxury of the camp life offered the strongest possible contrast to my experiences in roughing it on the buffalo range in northwestern Texas. For the first 2 days we accomplished nothing, though several of the cattle we had put out for baits were killed, and though we started and beat the jungles with our elephants whenever we received khubr, or news. Our camp equipage included 20 elephants, 40 camels and bullocks, 30 horses for the troopers, and 50 baggage horses. We had 17 private servants, 26 police, 52 bearers, and an indefinite number of attendants for the elephants and camels, and of camp followers. An Indian of high position, Sir Salar Jung, was along also, so our total retinue comprised 350 men, in addition to which we employed each day of beaters 150 or 200 more. On March 5th, one of the shikaris brought word that he had seen and heard a tigress and 2 cubs at a nullah about 6 miles away. Immediately we started up the valley, Colonel Fraser, Colonel Watson, and myself, each on his own elephant. The jungle was on fire, and the first beat was not successful, for we had to fight the fire, and in the excitement the brute got off. However, some of the watchers saw her and marked her down in another small ravine. Through this we again beat, the excitement being at fever heat. I was, of course, new to the work and the strangeness of the scene. The cries of the beaters and watchers, the occasional explosion of native fireworks, together with the quantity of other game that we saw, impressed me much. In this ravine I was favored by good luck. The tigress broke right in front of me, and I hit her with a ball from a number 12 smooth bore. She sickened at once and crawled back into the jungle. In we went on the elephants, tracking her up. She made no attempt to charge, and I finished her off with another barrel of the smooth bore and 2 express bullets. The crowd of natives ran up, abusing the tigress and praising me, while the 2 colonels drank my health. We then patted the tigress and rode back to camp, having been gone from 9:30 in the morning till 7 in the evening. This tigress weighed, when we brought her in, 280 pounds. Her living weight must have been much more. Next day we again got news of a tigress with 1 cub, but we failed to find her. The following day, for a change, I tried still hunting through the woods. There was not much game, but what we did see was far from shy, and the shooting was easy. The camp was on a terrace, and from it we went up a range of hills to the stalking ground. It was a stony country, and the trees were scrubby. I shot 2 cheetal, or spotted deer, and also 2 of the little jungle cocks. The next day again was a blank, but on the 9th we got another tiger. Thanks to the courtesy of my friends, I was given the first shot, again hitting it with one barrel of the smooth bore. The heat was very great on this day. It was not possible to touch the gun barrels without a glove, and the thirst was awful. In the evening the cool bath was a luxury indeed. By moonlight the camp was very fine. The next morning I was off at daybreak, snipe shooting around a big tank 7 miles away. On my return I found that my companions had gone out for a beat, and so, after a hurried breakfast, I jumped on my horse and rode after them. That afternoon we beat 2 ravines and got a tiger. This was the last tiger that we killed. The weather was getting very warm, and though we stayed a week longer out, we failed to get on terms with Mr. Stripes again. However, I shot 3 Sambur stags. 2 of them were weighed in camp, their weight being respectively 450 and 438 pounds. It was now getting hot, and I determined to start northward for my summer's hunting in the Himalayas and Kashmir, although it was rather early to try to get through the mountains. I left Lahore on April 6th for the Pir Pinjal. My transportation consisted of 8 pack ponies and 3 native single-horse carts. I was shown every courtesy by Mr. Mackay, a member of the Forest Department, at Gujarat. I intended to make a hunt for gorals and bears in the mountains around the Pir Pinjal before striking through to Kashmir. The goral is a little mountain antelope, much like the chamois, only with straight horns. The bear in the region in which I was hunting was the black bear, which is very much like our own black bear. Further on in the Himalayas is found the red or snow bear, which is a good deal like the great brown bear of Europe, or a small and inoffensive grizzly. After leaving Gujarat, I traveled for several days before coming to my hunting ground proper, although on the way I killed some peacocks, partridges, and finally some very handsome pheasants of different kinds. The country offered the greatest possible contrast to that in which I had been hunting tigers. Everything was green and lovely, and the scenery was magnificent beyond description, the huge steep mountains rising ahead of me, while the streams were crystal clear, noisy torrents. The roads were very rough, and the wild flowers formed great carpets everywhere. On the 16th of April I began my shooting, having by this time left my heavy baggage behind, and having with me only what the coolies could carry. I had 2 shikaris, 4 servants, and 12 coolies, besides myself. On April 16th I killed my first goral. I had hunted in vain all day, but about 5 o'clock one of the shikaris advised my starting out again and climbing around the neighboring cliffs. I did this for 2½ hours, and then got a close shot and killed the little beast. This was my first trial of grass shoes, and my first experience in climbing over the stupendous mountain masses, for stupendous they were, though they were only the foothills of the Himalayas proper. Without grass shoes it is impossible to climb on these smooth grassy slopes, but I found that they hurt my feet a great deal. The next day I again went off with my 2 shikaris over the mountains. Each of them carried a gun. I had all I could do to take care of myself without one, for a misstep would have meant a fall of 1,000 or 2 feet. In the morning we saw 5 gorals, and I got one. At 10 I stopped, and a coolie came up with a lunch, and I lay reading, sleeping, and idly watching the grand mountains until the afternoon, when we began again to examine the nullahs for game, being all the time much amused by the monkeys. At 4 we started again, and in a jagged mass of precipices I got another goral. The next day I repeated my experience, and had one of the characteristic bits of bad luck, offset by good luck, that come to every hunter, missing a beautiful shot at 50 yards, and then, by a fluke, killing a goral at 300 yards. The animal, however, fell over 1,000 feet, and was ruined. I myself had a slip this day, and went down about 50 feet. The following day I again went off to climb, and the first ascent was so steep that at the top I was completely blown, and missed a beautiful shot at a goral at 50 yards. I then arranged a beat, but nothing came from it, and the morning was a blank. In the afternoon I gave up beating and tried still hunting again. It was hard work, but I was very successful and killed 2 gorals and a bear. At this time I was passed by 2 English officers, also going in to shoot. One of them, Captain S.D. Turnbull, a very jolly fellow and a good sportsman, with whom I got on excellent terms. The other, a Captain C., was a very bad walker and a poor shot, and was also a disagreeable companion, as he would persist in trying to hang around my hunting grounds, thus forcing me continually to shift. On April 21st I tried driving for gorals, and got 4, and on the next 2 days I got 3 gorals and 2 bears. So far I had had great luck and great sport. The work was putting me in fine trim, except my feet, which were getting very sore. It was very hard work going after the gorals. The bears offered easier stalking, and like our American black bear, but unlike our grizzly, they didn't show fight. The climbing was awful work. The stones and grass shoes combined bruised and skinned the soles of my feet, so that I could not get relief without putting them in clarified butter and then keeping them up in the air. Accordingly, I tried resting for a day, and meant to rest the following day too, but could not forbear taking a 4 hours' stroll along the banks of the brawling, snow-fed river, and was rewarded by shooting a sureau, a queer, squatty black antelope about the size of a Rocky Mountain white goat, and with similar horns. The next day I rested again, hoping my feet would get better. Instead, they got worse, and I made up my mind that as they were so bad, I might as well get some hunting anyhow, so off I tramped on the 27th for another all-day jog. It would be difficult to describe the pain that my feet gave me all day long. However, it was a real sporting day. I suffered the tortures of the damned, but I got 2 gorals and 1 tar, a big species of goat with rather small horns, and then hobbled back to camp. Next day I stayed quietly in camp, and then started back to the camp, where I had left my heavy baggage. On the way I picked up another black bear. My feet were in a frightful condition, but I had had a fortnight's excellent sport. I then went on to Kashmir, and on May 6th reached Srinagar. The scenery was beautiful beyond description, and the whole life of the natives very attractive to look at. However, something did not agree with me, for I was very sick and had to go to bed for several days. There were 1 or 2 American friends there, and these and the Englishmen, to whom I had letters of introduction, treated me with extreme courtesy. As soon as I got well, I started off for the real mountains, hoping especially to get ibex and markhor. The ibex is almost exactly the same as the European animal of that name. The markhor is a magnificent goat, with long whitish hair and great spiral horns. They also have in these Kashmir valleys a big stag called the baramiga, which is a good deal like our wapiti, only not half so large. On May 21st I started off, first by boat, but I was bothered from the beginning by chills and fever. I was weak and glad I didn't have to march. At first all I did in shooting was to have my coolies beat some brush patches near camp. Out of one of them they started a little musk deer, which I shot. Soon I began to get very much better, and we took up our march. I was going toward Astor, but encountered much snow, as it was still early in the season for these high mountains. I saw some grand barami, but their horns were of course only just growing, and I didn't molest them. Very soon I got into a country where the red bears literally swarmed. From May 26th to June 5th, during which time I was traveling and hunting all the time, I shot no less than 16, together with 2 musk deer, but saw nothing else. The marching was very hard, and some of the passes dangerous. I met a British officer, Lieutenant Carey, on the 30th, who treated me very well indeed. The scenery was very beautiful, although rather bleak. I did not pick up strength as much as I had hoped. On June 3rd I christened my camp Camp Good Luck, because of the phenomenal success I had with the bears. That morning we left by 4 to cross the river before the snow had melted. The thermometer would go down to 30 degrees, even in the valleys, at night, so that everything would freeze, and then would go up to 110 in the day, and when the snow melted, the streams would come down in a perfect torrent. Not 2 miles beyond the river I saw 3 bears on the side of a hill, a she and 2 two-year-old cubs. My shikari made a splendid stalk and brought me within 40 yards, and I got all 3 with a shot apiece. The delight of my camp followers was amusing. I then left the tents, and taking only my blankets and a lunch basket with me, started off again. At midday I slept, and at 2 o'clock started up the nullah, seeing a number of bears. One of them I got within 50 yards, and 2 others right and left at 100 yards. The skinning took a long time, and the stream which I had to cross was up with the evening flood, so that I didn't get back to camp until 10 o'clock. I had shot unusually well. I had been happy and was all tired out, and it is needless to say how I slept. Soon after this I began to suffer from fever, and I had to work very hard indeed, as I was now on the ibex ground. For several days, though I saw ibex, I was unable to get near them. Finally, on June 9th, I got my first one, a young buck with small horns. I had to hunt way up the mountain, even beyond bush vegetation, and the hot sun at midday was awful. Nevertheless, by very hard climbing, I managed on this day to get within shot first of a herd of 9 females, which I did not touch, and then of the young buck, which I killed. On June 13th, by another heart-breaking climb, very high up, I got a second small buck. I did not get back to camp that night till 9:30, tired out, feet badly cut with the stones and bruised all over. But in spite of the fever, I enjoyed every day. The scenery was so grand, and the life so exhilarating. 4 days afterwards came a red-letter day. I started early in the morning, clambering up among the high mountains. Until noon I saw nothing. Then several flocks of ibex came in sight. One of them of 11 big bucks. I had to wait 4 hours to get into a position to stalk. Then by quick work and awful climbing I came within close range and killed 3. It was 10:30 in the evening before I got back to camp, very nearly done up, but exultant over my good luck. The traveling now became very severe, and I had a great deal of difficulty even with the coolies, and though I hunted hard, I got little game until July 8th. I had been shifting, trying to get on markhor ground, and on this day I killed my first markhor. The shikaris and I left the coolies to go around the path while we went over the mountain, a 5 hours' climb, keeping a sharp lookout for game. Just at the beginning of the ascent we saw 3 fine-looking markhor grazing in a nullah, and after a stalk of about a mile, during which time it began to rain, the beasts went into a jungle on the steep side of the mountain. Through this we still hunted, and I got a shot through the bushes at 100 yards. By good luck I hit, and great was the rejoicing. 5 days later I got 2 ibex, which at a distance we had mistaken for markhor. Then I was attacked by a terrible dysentery, and was within an ace of dying. For a fortnight I was unable to leave camp, excepting when I was carried slowly along by the coolies in the effort to get me out of the mountains. On August 1st I shot a second markhor. We were journeying at the time. In the very rough places I had to walk, though awfully weak, elsewhere the coolies carried me. The markhor was just below us, round a turn in the Indus Valley. I was in advance with one of the shikaris, and got a quiet shot, and more by good luck than anything else, for I was very weak, I killed. I now began gradually to pick up strength, and when near Astor I got a urial, a kind of wild sheep. I had no other experience of note till I got back to Seringer, where I stayed to recuperate, and at the end of August went off once more into the foothills, this time after Barramey. In a week's work I killed 3, but again became sick, and had to give up and come in. I forthwith returned to India, the hot weather being by this time pretty well over. As I was very anxious to kill an elephant, I went down to Ceylon, reaching that island the end of October, and going out to Kandy. I met a number of Englishmen, who were very kind to me, as were some Eurasian gentlemen. On November 16th I left Minerva for a regular hunt. It was very interesting shooting through the tropical jungle, and I had good luck. There were plenty of elephants, but at first I didn't get any, though I shot 5 spotted deer and a boar. Finally, however, I got 2 of the big brutes I was mainly after. One of them, which I killed on the 20th of the month, was said to be a rogue that had killed 2 villagers and done at intervals a good deal of damage to the crops. An old native tracker had guaranteed to show me this elephant. He kept his word. For 3 or 4 miles we had a very exciting track, and then came on him standing in the jungle, occasionally flapping his ears, and crept up within 30 yards. I think he was asleep, and I got a perfectly good shot, but, extraordinary to say, I missed. However, when he ran I went after him, and getting very close, I shot him in the hip, so injuring his leg that he could not get away. He could still get round after us, and we passed a most lively half hour, he trumpeting and charging incessantly, until after expending a great quantity of cartridges, I finally put a bullet behind his eye, and down he went. Soon after this I went back to Kandy, and early in December left India for good. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Dog Sledding in the North by D. M. Barringer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dog Sledding in the North. A good many years ago, Boise Penrose, Granville Keller, and I concluded that it would be a fitting termination to a very successful summer and fall hunting trip in the Rocky Mountains to endeavor to kill some moose and caribou in the Lake Winnipeg country, Manitoba. Thus we should combine very different kinds of sport amid surroundings more dissimilar than we imagined at the time. The whole of this rather memorable trip occupied nearly 6 months. Our adventures during the latter part of the hunt, that is, during our sojourn in the far north, while a part of the everyday experience of those familiar with the winter life in the woods of that country, were of a character totally unknown to the majority of sportsmen in the United States, and for this reason it has been thought worth while to give a short account of them. If my recollection serves me correctly, we arrived at Selkirk, at the lower end of Lake Winnipeg, in the latter part of October, to find navigation already closed. We had hoped to reach the upper part of the lake by means of a steamer, but found this impossible, and were therefore obliged to go on sleds to our first hunting ground, a moose country to the south of the headwaters of the Fisher River between Lake Winnipeg and Lake Winnipegosis. At Selkirk we were joined by a Mr. Phillips, and we had there employed an Indian boy to look after the dogs. This Indian was a magnificent specimen physically, and certainly the best walker that I have ever known. With the exception of a pardonable fondness for our whiskey, he behaved very well at first, but afterward became so insufferably lazy that he was scarcely fit for the simple work of driving one of the dog teams, a change which was to be attributed entirely to our kind treatment of him. He was, however, a good trailer, but the worst shot that I remember to have met. He seemed to have no difficulty in finding moose, but could not hit them, which was the exact reverse of our experience. Portions of the country between Lake Winnipeg and Winnipegosis, visited by our party, are as flat as the flattest portions of New Jersey, and for great distances nothing could be more level except possibly a billiard table. It is traversed by very few rivers or even creeks, there being immense stretches of territory where the only guide back to camp is the sun when it shines or when it does not. your compass, or the dog sled trail leading through the snow to the camp. The different portions of this region are so much alike that it is almost impossible to tell one from another. Owing to the fact that it is very dangerous to be caught out overnight, with the thermometer ranging anywhere from 0 to 50 degrees below, we took the precaution to mount a big red flag in the top of the highest spruce we could find near our camp, so that by climbing a high tree anywhere within a radius of a mile or so, one could easily see this flag. To still further reduce the chance of getting lost, we blazed the trees in a straight line for 4 miles due south of the camp, and as the dog sled trail came into our camp, which was in heavy timber from the north, it was not difficult to find one's way home in the evening. These precautions, needless elsewhere but wise in this country, were taken principally because each of us had always been in the habit for years of hunting alone, a practice which I would recommend to anyone who desires to be really successful in killing big game. This vast expanse of flat country is quite heavily wooded over large areas, the timber being spruce, tamarack, poplar, birch, etc., with a great abundance of red and gray willow. The underbrush is sometimes very thick. There are, however, innumerable open places which bear the local name of muskegs. These are, of course, marshes in summer and covered with a heavy growth of grass. In winter they are frozen hard, and traveling over them is comparatively easy. The moose seem to be fond of remaining close to the edges of these muskegs, which are usually fringed with a heavy growth of willows. It would appear, however, that they venture out into these open places either during the night, early in the morning, or late in the afternoon, and as these were the times when we were very glad either to be in camp or to be returning to it, we had more success in finding the moose in the timber or on the little so-called ridges, which sometimes attain the remarkable height of 4 or 5 feet. Up to the time of leaving this camp, we had very little opportunity to use snowshoes, as the snow was not yet, about the last of November, deep enough to make these necessary. We hunted all of the time in moccasins, boots of any description being simply out of the question, as they would soon freeze as hard as iron. After the cold weather set in, one day's experience with boots was quite sufficient for me, and I came to the conclusion, as I had often before in other regions, that it is very difficult to improve in the matter of clothing upon the customs of the country. The sudden change to moccasins was very tiring at first, but after one gets used to walking in them, he will find that he can walk further and hunt better in them than any other style of footgear. We used, as I remember, first 1 or 2 pairs of heavy woolen socks, then a very heavy so-called German sock coming up to the knee, over which we wore the high-laced moccasin of the country. Before we had very long been engaged in moose hunting, we all learned that we were not so expert in the art of killing big game as we previously imagined ourselves. In all my experience, I have never met with any animal which is so difficult to get a shot at, even when quite numerous, as the moose in this region. It must always be borne in mind that to kill a moose, especially in a country where they have been hunted for generations by the Indians, by the thoroughly sportsmanlike method of following the trail of one until you finally get a shot at it and kill it, is a totally different thing from killing the same moose either by calling him at night in the autumn or by paddling on him in a canoe in the summer. In fact, of all the difficult things I have ever undertaken in the way of sport, I regard this as the most difficult, and before I got my first shot, I began to think that there was a great deal of truth in the Indian's sneering remark, "White man no kill moose." Finally, one day my luck turned, but that it did so was due more to the realization of my own inferiority and lack of the proper kind of knowledge than to anything else. It happened in this way. Having thoroughly convinced myself that the moose either smelt me or in some other way found out that I was in their neighborhood before I could be made aware of the same fact, I concluded that there was something radically wrong in my manner of hunting them. Although I employed every method known to me, methods which had been acquired in an experience during which I had killed considerably over 100 head of big game throughout the Rockies and the Alleghanies. In short, I was exceedingly painstaking and careful. Notwithstanding all my precautions, however, I remember that I had the satisfaction one night of knowing that I had started during the day 8 different moose, each separately, without hearing or seeing a single one of them. This sort of thing lasted for 22 consecutive days, or until I finally concluded that, as our Indian seemed to have no trouble in seeing moose, I would follow his tactics. Waiting, therefore, one morning until I was sure that the Indian had left camp, I changed my course so as to intersect his trail, followed this for some distance, and watched carefully his footprints so as to read the record of his hunt. Pretty soon it became apparent that he had come across a moose trail. He tried it first with the toe of his moccasin, then with the butt of his gun, and satisfied himself that it was not too old to follow. He went on until he came across another trail, and evidently had spent considerable time in making up his mind whether it was worth while to follow this trail or not. He then followed it for a few yards, and to my surprise suddenly left it and went off almost at right angles to the leeward. I supposed that he had given up the moose trail, but nevertheless I followed further on his track. Again, to my surprise, I presently found him gradually coming around in a circuitous fashion to the trail again until he finally reached it. He then immediately retraced his steps, making another semicircle, bearing generally, however, in the direction the moose had gone, and again came to the trail. This occurred 4 or 5 times, until finally the explanation of his conduct flashed upon me, for there lay his cartridge. I saw, as he afterwards described it to me, where he had shot at the moose, which had just arisen out of its bed a short distance away, but as usual he had missed it. Now, I had noticed in my 3 weeks' experience that I had come upon the moose either lying down or standing in some thicket, but that they had been able to wind me considerably before my arrival at the spot marked by their beds in the snow. Not until then had it occurred to me what is well known to many who still hunt moose, namely, that before lying down they generally make a long loop to the leeward, returning close to their trail, so that they can readily get the wind of anyone following upon it long before he reaches them, when, of course, they quietly get up and sneak away. In fact, they do not seem to have an atom of curiosity in their composition, and in this are different from most of the wild animals that I have known. By making these long loops to the leeward, the hunter reduces to a minimum the likelihood of being smelt or heard by the moose, and in these animals the senses of smell and hearing are very acute, although their eyesight seems to be bad. Having quite satisfied myself as to what it was necessary to do, I waited until the next day to put it into execution, because by the time I had made my discovery it was about 2:30 o'clock, and the sun was near the horizon. The following day I went out bright and early, and after varying success in finding a good trail, I ran across a trail made by 5 bull moose, a photograph of one of which is shown. After satisfying myself that the trail had been made during the previous night, I began making the long loops to the leeward, which I had found to be so necessary. I finally came to the place where the moose had lain down, a bed showing one of them to have unusually large horns, but they had gone on again, in a manner, however, that showed me that they were merely feeding and not alarmed. I redoubled my precautions, stepping as if on eggs, so as not to break the twigs underneath my feet. In a short time I heard the significant chattering of one of the little red pine squirrels so abundant in that region. I at once knew that the squirrel had seen something, but had not seen me. It did not take me long to make up my mind that the only other living things in that vicinity which would be likely to cause him to chatter were these moose, and that they were probably startled, although I had not been conscious of making any noise. At any rate, I ran quite rapidly toward the end of a small, narrow muskeg on my left, but some distance away, to which chance conclusion and prompt action I owed probably one of the most fortunate and exciting pieces of shooting that has occurred in my experience. I was shooting at that time a little double rifle, 45, 120, 375 solid bullet, which had been made for me by Holland and Holland, and which was fitted with one of my conical sights. Before I was within 50 yards of the end of the muskeg, I saw one of the moose dash across it about 150 yards away. I fired quickly, and in much the same way that I would shoot at a jacksnipe which had been flushed in some thicket, but had the satisfaction of seeing the animal lurch heavily forward as he went out of sight into the timber. Almost immediately, and before I had time to reload, the second moose followed. I gave him the other barrel, but I did not know until afterward that he was hit. In fact, it was hard to get a bullet through the timber. I reloaded quickly and ran forward to get to the opening, but before I reached it, the third moose passed in immediately behind the others. I again shot quickly and felt that I had probably hit him. By running on rapidly, I reached the edge of the opening in time to intercept the fourth moose. As he came into the opening, I got a good shot at him, not over 80 yards distant, and felt very sure of this one at least. I then reloaded, when, to my amazement, the fifth, in a very deliberate manner, walked, not trotted, into the muskeg, which at the point where the moose crossed it was not over 60 or 75 feet wide. He first looked up and down as if undetermined what to do, and then, probably seeing one of the other moose on the ground, commenced walking up toward me. As luck would have it, I got a cartridge jammed in my rifle and could not pull it out or knock it in, although I had nearly ruined my fingers in my attempt to do so. Of course, this was the biggest bull of all, and I had the supreme satisfaction of seeing him deliberately walk out of my sight into the woods, and he was lost to me forever. His horns were much larger than those which I got. Up to that time I had no idea that I had killed any except the last moose that I shot at, but thought that perhaps I had wounded one or two of the others, feeling that I would be very lucky if I should ever come up with them. Going down to the place where the moose had disappeared after I had got my rifle fixed, that is, had extracted the cartridge and put in another, I found one of the moose dead, another, a big one, on his knees, and the third a short distance away, looking very dejected and uncomfortable. I did not know then that the largest bull of all had stopped on the other side of the little thicket, and when I commenced to give the finishing touches to the wounded moose in sight, he, accompanied by another wounded one, got away. As I shot the big one on his knees, I was surprised by a noise, and upon turning around found the dejected-looking small bull coming full drive toward me. I had only time to turn around and shoot him in the breast before he was on me. I do not think that he intended to charge. His coming toward me was probably entirely accidental. Still, it had the effect of sending my heart in my mouth. I then started out after the wounded one, but when I saw that he was not bleeding much, concluded that, as it was growing late, and I was 7 or 8 miles from camp, I would not have more than time to cover up these 3 moose with snow so that I could skin them the next morning. Before doing so, however, I sat down on top of my biggest moose, and as these were the first moose that I had ever seen, I surveyed them with a great deal of satisfaction. About this time, Phillips, who had been attracted by the shooting, appeared in the distance, and I hailed him by a shot when he came to me. We then carefully covered up the moose with snow and pulled out for camp. When we arrived there and told our story, a more disconsolate-looking Indian you could not have found in the whole region, and he doubtless came to the conclusion that his sweeping assertion as to the inability of a white man to kill a moose in that country was perhaps a little too broad. Our luck seemed to turn from this time, and we got several very good moose, but unfortunately no other large heads. After telling this story, I do not wish to go upon record as a game slaughterer, for those who know anything of my hunting know that I am strongly opposed to anything of the kind. We usually have killed only enough game for meat in camp, but at this time we had to feed besides ourselves 10 dogs. Moreover, I have never thought that the killing of bulls made very much difference in the amount of the game, although in shooting them we have usually made it a rule to kill only such heads as we wished to take home. I should add, moreover, that all the meat that we did not use of the moose that we killed in this country was distributed among some Indians whom we met on our return, and who, hearing of our luck, followed our dog trail to the hunting grounds after our departure. Having had enough moose hunting and anxious to kill caribou, we concluded to cross Lake Winnipeg, which by this time, early in December, was frozen hard with nearly 6 feet of ice, the cracking of which, especially at night, produces a very curious and never to be forgotten sound which can be heard for miles. We soon reached the lake, but were detained a day or two waiting for a favorable day to cross, that is to say, one when the wind did not blow, as when it does the exposure in crossing on the ice is terrific. After finally venturing upon the ice, we made some 40 or 50 miles the first day, and reached the edge of an island, in the middle of which there were a few houses occupied principally by Icelandic immigrants. These earn a precarious livelihood by fishing for whitefish and jackfish, principally in the summer. They keep up this fishing all through the winter, however, to supply their own needs, by setting their nets underneath the ice, employing a very simple method, which, if De Long and his party had known and provided for, they would never have perished so miserably in the Lena Delta. Here we were witnesses to the fact which entitles us to claim that the common domestic cow is not, strictly speaking, properly to be classed among the herbivora. We distinctly saw a very ordinary-looking cow devour with evident relish, while she was being milked, a large jackfish, which had been taken from a frozen pile stacked up outside of the house and thawed for her evening meal. These Icelanders live, as a rule, in a primitive but very comfortable way. They are much more neat and cleanly than many of the immigrants who come to the United States, and it is a pity that we do not have them in this country, for they seem to be very industrious and would make good citizens. However, it is probable that they were in search of cold weather, and would not be happy unless they had it. If this is the case, they most certainly have chosen the best spot on this continent which is at all accessible, for the region around Lake Winnipeg is, I am told, one of the coldest places where any reliable record of the temperature is kept. During our trip, and especially while we were on the east side of the lake, the temperatures recorded were very low, often 45 degrees below zero. In fact, during our absence there was a record of 50 degrees below zero at Selkirk and Winnipeg, and as we were over 100 miles to the north, it is not unreasonable to suppose that the temperature was quite as low, if not lower, with us. It must not be forgotten, however, that except for the cracking of the frozen trees, it is deathly still and quiet in these regions when the temperature drops to 10 degrees below zero. Indeed, when the temperature is below that point, it is usually much more comfortable for one who is out in such weather than a temperature of 0 or even 20 degrees above, with a heavy wind. Under these conditions, however, an ordinary man when out hunting cannot occasionally sit down on a log and smoke his pipe for any length of time with a great amount of pleasure. Like the persecuted boy in the play, although there are no policemen about, he is compelled, and indeed is usually perfectly willing, to keep moving on. After leaving Big Island, as I remember the name, we made our way across to the mouth of the Bad Throat River, where there was an old lumber camp, which a great many years ago was the scene of an important conflict between the Hudson Bay Company's men and the men of the Northwest Fur Company, in which quite a number were killed. Here we got another team of dogs, and picked up another member for our party in the person of an Englishman, who by choice had drifted into this country and lived there, marrying an Indian squaw shortly after our return. Unfortunately, the good old-fashioned plan of performing the marriage ceremony by running together under a blanket had been abolished, so he had to wait until the yearly visit of the priest. This marrying of squaws is of course common among the white men of this region. As we had only a few things to get before starting out for the famous caribou country between the headwaters of the Hole, the Ascandoga, and the Blood Vein rivers, we were not delayed long at this place. The snow was now quite heavy, at least enough so for comfortable snowshoe traveling, and we made rapid time after leaving the Bad Throat River. In this connection it is to be remarked that comparatively little snow falls in this region. This seems singular, and I do not know the meteorological explanation of the fact. There is certainly very much less, for instance, than in Minnesota, hundreds of miles to the south. The snow, however, is usually a dry powder all through winter, and very rarely becomes crusted. In traveling over broken, timbered country with dog sleds, very much the same routes are followed that one takes with a canoe in summer. That is to say, you avoid the rough country by traveling on the rivers, which are usually covered with thick ice, or over the same portages that are used in summer. It was necessary for either Penrose, Keller, or myself to lead the way with our snowshoes, while the others took care of the dog sleds behind. The dogs followed accurately in the trail beaten out by our snowshoes for them. The country on this side of the lake, unlike that of the west, is very rough, rocky, and rugged, and especially so near the lake shore. It is quite thickly timbered. As one advances into the interior, however, this aspect changes, so that the country near the height of land is more open, and there are long stretches of nearly level country traversed by rocky, moss-covered, and roughly parallel ridges. There is more or less timber on these ridges and in the so-called muskegs between them. This is the country which the caribou seem to prefer. After about 2 weeks' hard traveling, we reached the country which had been recommended to us, and came upon great abundance of caribou sign. In fact, there were millions of tracks, but, curiously enough, no caribou were to be seen. We afterward found that they had been driven out by a lot of wolves, which probably had followed them down from the north. While this explanation was interesting, it was not productive of any great amount of satisfaction to the party, for we had been counting definitely upon fresh meat, and so had our dogs. At least, after doing the terrific work necessary to make this journey, it is fair to presume that they had counted upon being fed, and not being left to starve miserably while tied to a tree. To add to our hardships, our Indian tepee, made of canvas, began to smoke so excessively as to cause us the greatest discomfort, and we all thought we had pneumonia, but afterward concluded it was nothing but irritation of the lungs due to breathing pine smoke a good many hours each day. In fact, it was almost unbearable. An Indian tepee of this kind, properly made by a squaw, is beyond doubt the most comfortable of all hunting tents in any respectable climate, but in a climate of 40 degrees below zero it is an abomination. We used frequently to crawl into our sheepskin sleeping bags, wrapped several blankets around the bags, and put the fire out, merely to get relief from the annoyance of the smoke. In the morning the steam which arose from our bodies, and from the meal which we might be cooking, got mixed up with the smoke, so that it was impossible to distinguish each other when 4 feet apart. In fact, we were sometimes inclined to think that the dogs on the outside were better off than ourselves, though the appearance they presented in the morning was not such as to cause us to wish to change places with them. They were each tied by a short chain to the pine trees about the camp, and after a night of low temperatures there were to be seen in the morning only 12 white mounds of snow, not that any snow had fallen during the night, or that the dogs had crawled underneath that already on the ground. Their white appearance was simply due to the dense coating of frost which had been produced from the condensation caused by the heat of their bodies. It must not be forgotten, however, that they are as hardy and as well able to withstand this rigorous climate as the wolves, from which many of them are directly descended. All of the so-called huskies are of this type. Altogether, things were not very pleasant about this time. Our Christmas Day rations consisted of 1 small roll each, with a little coffee for breakfast, and in the evening each man was given a small piece of rabbit. The rabbits in this country were unfortunately not as abundant as they were on the opposite side of the lake, where the Indian boy one day went out with one of our rifles to visit his rabbit snares and to shoot rabbits for the dogs. Before long we heard him shoot 4 times. He came back to camp with 8 rabbits, which had certainly been killed with the rifle, none of them having been snared. Those of us who were able to hunt at all hunted with the greatest perseverance, but with little success, until finally someone brought in the report that caribou had been seen, and in a very few days the country again contained numbers of them. One morning, shortly after the first caribou had been seen, Keller, who had been quite sick, was unable longer to tolerate the smoke of the tepee, and took a little walk with his rifle close around our camp. He soon came upon the fresh trail of a bunch of caribou. He had followed it only a few hundred yards when he saw one of the caribou lying down. He is a dead shot, the best I have ever known in my life. He carefully steadied himself, raised his .45-90 Winchester, aimed at the caribou lying down, and fired. When he went up to look at it, to his amazement, he came across another dead caribou between the spot where he had fired and the one at which he had aimed. It had been shot straight through the temples. On going further, he found the other caribou shot exactly where he had aimed at it, some 20 yards distant from the first one. The only possible way in which he could explain this remarkable occurrence is that the caribou which had been shot through the head, and which he had not seen, had risen out of its bed just as he was in the act of firing, and interposed his head directly in the line of fire. The fact of having fresh meat in camp, of course, brought great joy to us all, and especially to the semi-starved dogs. As in the case of killing the first moose, it seemed to have the effect of changing our luck, for we afterward killed a number of caribou, although we were not successful in getting good heads. These caribou are totally different from the moose in the kind of food they live upon and in their general habits. They prefer a different sort of a country, the two rarely being found together. They spend much of their time in the muskegs, which seem to be characteristic of all of that region of the country, but these muskegs are not open like those on the west side of the lake, being more or less covered with a growth of stubby jack pine, from which usually hangs an abundance of long gray moss. The caribou feed upon this moss, while the moose, on the other hand, are fond of the tender sprouts of the red and gray willow. The caribou, however, are often found on the rocky ridges, where they find good feed on the moss growing upon the rocks. Indeed, they seem to have no settled place of abode, like moose, being probably one of the most restless animals on the face of the earth. They seem to be always on the move. Unlike the moose, they are very inquisitive, in this respect being more like the antelope than any other animal. They are found singly, or in twos or threes, or in small bunches of 10 to 20, but often in great herds of 100 or perhaps 1,000. They spend a great deal of their time on the lakes in the winter, where they play with each other like little kittens. They are wonderfully quick in their actions. They are also very sure of their footing, and we saw a number of places in the snow where they had slid down quite steep rocks for some distance, probably by putting their 4 feet close together. Great herds often come down from the region on the western shore of the Hudson Bay and return the following summer. Very few people have any idea of the immense numbers of caribou which are found in the great tract of country to the west of Hudson Bay. By many who are familiar with this country, they are believed to be as numerous as the buffaloes ever were in the early days. When more or less scarce, as they were during the greater portion of our hunt, they afford excellent hunting, but I should imagine that when they are very numerous there would be little sport in killing them, for as a rule they are not at all shy or difficult to approach. In general, it may be said that the caribou of this region, known as the woodland caribou, live in the wooded districts during the summer and autumn, but in the winter time go to the higher land. Wind and cold seem to have no terror for them, and I doubt very much whether there is an animal in the world, with the exception perhaps of the musk ox or the polar bear, that is so well fitted by nature to withstand the intense cold of the region in which they live. When one sees a caribou's track for the first time, he is amazed at its size and its difference from the long, narrow, sharp-toed track of the moose, and naturally comes to the conclusion that the animal must be much larger than it really is. As a matter of fact, they are not much larger than the black-tailed deer, and considerably smaller than the elk of the Rocky Mountains. Until he has seen them, one is likely to imagine that the caribou is an ungainly, misshapen animal. This is a great mistake. Not only are they as a rule well proportioned, but they are extremely graceful. Their curious horns give them, of course, rather an odd appearance. The meat we found to be delicious, and rather better than moose meat. After having remained as long as we desired in this country, and as long as we could stand the infernal smoke of the tepee, and after having secured a good supply of meat for our return journey, we loaded our toboggans and retraced our steps without especial incident to the mouth of the Bad Throat River. From there we took a sleigh to Selkirk, driving over the lake on the ice, and arriving at Selkirk the latter part of January or the 1st of February. To those who may contemplate taking a similar trip to the Canadian woods in winter, I would say that it will prove a very interesting and never to be forgotten experience, and that the hardships of such a trip are not necessarily severe if one will be guided entirely by the advice of the inhabitants of the region, especially as to his clothing and general outfit. I feel certain that if one goes to the right locality, not only will he get good sport, but he will get it under very pleasant and novel conditions, and return home more benefited in every way than if he had taken a trip of the same duration to some warm climate. Under no circumstances, however, let him imagine that he knows more than the people of the country as to what he should do and where. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Wolf Hunting in Russia by Henry T. Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Wolf Hunting in Russia, Part 1. The enormous extent and diversified conditions of the various localities of this empire would naturally suggest a variety of sport in hunting and shooting, including perhaps something characteristic. In the use of dogs of the chase, especially, is this suggestion borne out by the facts, and it has been said that in no other country has the systematic working together of foxhounds and greyhounds been successfully carried out. Unfortunately, this sort of hunting is not now so general as prior to the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. A modest kennel for such sport consists of 6 to 10 foxhounds and 4 to 6 pairs of borzois, and naturally demands considerable attention. Moreover, to use it requires the presence of at least one man with the foxhounds and one man for each pair or each 3 greyhounds. To have a sufficient number of good huntsmen at his service was formerly a much less expensive luxury to a proprietor than now, and to this fact is due the decline of the combined kennel in Russia. This hunt is more or less practiced throughout the entire extent of the Russian Empire. In the south, where the soil is not boggy, it is far better sport than in northern Russia, where there are such enormous stretches of marshy woods and tundra. Curiously enough, nearly all the game of these northern latitudes, including moose, wolves, hares, and nearly all kinds of grouse and other birds, seem to be found in the marshiest places, those almost impracticable to mounted hunters. Though the distances covered in hunting and also in making neighborly visits in Russia are vast, often recalling our own broad western life, yet in few other respects are any similarities to be traced. This is especially true of Russia north of the Moscow parallel, for in the south the steppes have much in common with the prairies, though more extensive, and the semi-nomadic Cossacks, in their mounted peregrinations and in their pastoral life, have many traits in common with real Americans. Nor is it true of the Caucasus, where it would seem that the Creator, dissatisfied with the excess of the Great Plain, extending from the Finnish Gulf to the Black Sea, resolved to establish a counterpoise, and so heaved up the gigantic Caucasus. There, too, are to be found fine hunting and shooting, which merit description and which offer good sport to mountain amateurs. The annual hunt in the fall of 1893 in the governments of Tver and Yaroslav, with the Gachino kennels, would give a good idea of the special sport of which I have spoken. It is imperative that these hounds go to the hunt once a year for about a month, although for the most part without their owner. The master of the hunt and his assistant, with 3 or 4 guests, and oftentimes the proprietors of the lands where the hounds happen to hunt, usually constitute the party. The hunt changes locality nearly every year, but rarely does it go further from home than on this occasion, about 450 versts from Gachino. As a rule, it is not difficult to obtain from proprietors permission to hunt upon their estates, and this is somewhat surprising to one who has seen the freedom with which the fences are torn down and left unrepaired. It is true that they are not of the strongest and best type, and that peasant labor is still very cheap, yet such concessions to sport would rarely be made in America. It was at Gachino, on the 10th day of September, that the hunting train was loaded with men, horses, dogs, provisions, and wagons. The hunt called for 22 cars in all, including 1 second-class passenger car, in one end of which 4 of us made ourselves comfortable, while in the other end servants found places. The weather was cold and rainy, and as our train traveled as a freight, we had 2 nights before us. It was truly a picturesque and rare sight to see a train of 22 cars loaded down with the personnel, material, and livestock of a huge kennel. The foxhounds, 70 in number, were driven down in perfect, close orders by the beaters to the cracks of the Russian hunting whip and installed in their car, which barely offered them sufficient accommodation. The greyhounds, 3 sorts, 67 in number, were brought down on leashes by 3s, 4s, or 5s, and loaded in 2 cars. 60 saddle and draft horses, with saddles, wagons, and hunting paraphernalia, were also loaded. Finally, the 44 gray and green uniformed huntsmen, beaters, drivers, and ourselves were ready, and the motley train moved away amid the uttered and unuttered benedictions of the families and relatives of the parting hunt. Our first destination was Peshchakino, in the government of Tver, near the river Let, a tributary of the Volga, not far from the site of the first considerable check of the Mongolian advance about 1230. I mention this fact in passing to give some idea of the terrain, because I think that it is evident to anyone who has visited this region that the difficulty of provisioning and of transportation in these marshes must have offered a greater obstacle to an invading army than did the defenders of their country. We passed our time most agreeably in playing vint, a card game resembling whist, and talking of hunting incidents along the route. Many interesting things were told about the habits of wolves and other game, and as they were vouched for by 2 thorough gentlemen and superb sportsmen, and were verified as far as a month's experience in the field would permit, I feel authorized to cite them as facts. The bear has been called in folklore the mujik's brother, and it must be conceded that there are outward points of resemblance, especially when each is clad in winter attire. Moreover, the mujik, when all is snow and ice, fast approximates the hibernating qualities of the bear. One strong point of difference is the accentuated segregative character of the former, who always live in long cabin villages. Footnote: the bear is caricatured in Russian publications as a humorous, light-hearted, joking creature, conversing and making common sport with the golden-hearted mujik, his so-called brother. But it is rather of the wolf's habits and domestic economy that I wish to speak, of him who has always been the dreaded and accursed enemy of the Russian peasant. In the question of government, the wolf follows very closely the system of the country, which is preeminently patriarchal, the fundamental principle of the Mur. A family of wolves may vary in number from 6 to 20, and contain 2 to 4 generations, usually 2 or 3, yet there is always one chief and one wife, in other words, never more than one female with young ones. When larger packs have been seen together, it was probably the temporary marshalling of their forces for some desperate raid, or the preliminaries of an anarchistic strike. The choruses of wolves and the special training of the young for them are interesting characteristics. Upon these choruses depends the decision of the hunter whether or not to make his final attack upon the stronghold of the wolves. By them he can tell with great precision the number in the family and the ages of the different members. They are to wolf hunters what tracks are to moose and bear hunters. They serve to locate the game. When the family is at home, they occur with great regularity at twilight, midnight, and dawn. In camp near Billings, Montana, in the fall of 1882, we heard nightly about 12 o'clock the howling of a small pack of coyotes, but we supposed that it was simply a howling protest against the railway train passing our camp at midnight that had just reached that part of the world. Possibly our coyotes have also howling choruses at regular intervals, like the Russian wolves. There was such a fascination in listening to the wolves that we went out several times solely for that purpose. The weirdness of the sound and the desolateness of the surroundings produced peculiar sensations upon the listener. To an enthusiastic lover of sport and nature, these pleasurable sensations might be well compared to the effect of the Nibelungen songs upon an ardent Wagnerite. The old professional huntsman could tell just what members of the family and how many were howling. They scarcely disagreed upon these points. These old hunters pretended to interpret the noisy assemblies of the wolves as regards content or discontent, satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Owing to the difficulty of securing wolves under most favorable circumstances, especially old ones, it would be considered folly to make a drive if the matinal howl had not been heard. But to make a successful drive in a large marshy forest, many beaters must be employed, and as they are gathered from far and near, considerable time is necessary to collect them. Therefore, it is almost essential to know that the wolves were at home at midnight as well as at dawn. While in the vicinity of a certain wolf family, whose habitat was an enormous marshy wood, entirely impossible to mounted men, we were compelled to await for 48 hours the return of the old ones, father and mother. At times during this wait, only the young ones, and at other times the young and the intermediate ones, would sing. Not hearing the old ones, we inferred they were absent, and so they were, off on a raid, during which they killed 2 peasant horses 10 miles from their stronghold. It was supposed that the wolves of intermediate age also made excursions during this time, as indicated by the howlings, but not to such great distances as the old ones. It was perfectly apparent, as we listened one evening, that the old ones had placed the young ones about a verst away and were making them answer independently. This seemed too human for wolves. After 1 day and 2 nights of travel, we arrived at the little station of Petchokino, on the Beloug-Rybinsk Railway, not far from the frontier between the 2 governments, Ver and Yaroslav, where we were met by 2 officers of the guard, a yellow cuirassier and a Preobrazhensky, on leave of absence on their estates, Khoi, 16 versts from the rail. They were brothers-in-law and keen sportsmen, who became members of our party, and who indicated the best localities for game on their property, as well as on the adjoining estates. Petchokino boasts a painted country tavern of 2 stories, the upper of which, with side entrance, we occupied, using our own beds and bed linen, table and table linen, cooking and kitchen utensils. In fact, it was a hotel where we engaged the walled-in space and the brick cooking stove. As to the huntsmen and the dogs, they were quartered in the adjacent unpainted log-house peasant village, just such villages as are seen all over Russia, in which a mud road, with plenty of mud, comprises all there is of streets and avenues. After having arranged our temporary domicile, and having carefully examined horses and dogs to see how they had endured the journey, we made ready to accept a dinner invitation at the country place of our new members. Horses were put to the break, called by the Russians Amerikanka, American, and we set out for a drive of 16 versts over a muddy road to enjoy the well-known Slav hospitality so deeply engrafted in the Ponomaroff family. I said road, but in reality it scarcely merits the name, as it is neither fenced nor limited in width other than by the sweet will of the traveler. Special mention is made of this road because its counterparts exist all over the empire. It is the usual road, and not the exception, which is worse, as many persons have ample reasons for knowing. This condition is easily explained by the scarcity of stone, the inherent disregard of comfort, the poverty of the peasants, the absence of a yeoman class, and the great expense that would be entailed upon the landed proprietors who live at enormous distances from each other. The country in these and many other governments has been civilized many generations, but so unfinished and primitive does it all seem that it recalls many localities of our West, where civilization appeared but yesterday, and where tomorrow it will be well in advance of these provinces. The hand flail, the wooden plowshare, the log cabin with stable under the same roof could have been seen here in the 12th century as they are at present. Thanks to the Moscow factories, the gala attire of the peasant of today may possibly surpass in brilliancy of color that of his remote ancestry, which was clad entirely from the home loom. With the exception of the white brick churches, whose tall green and white spires in the distance appear at intervals of 8 to 10 versts, and of occasionally painted window casings, there is nothing to indicate that the colorings of time and nature are not preferable to those of art. The predominating features of the landscape are the windmills and the evenness of the grain-producing country, dotted here and there by clumps of wood called islands. The churches, too, are conspicuous by their number, size, and beauty of architecture, schoolhouses by their absence. Prior to 1861, there must have been a veritable mania here for church building. The large and beautiful church at Coy, as well as 2 other pretentious brick ones, were constructed on his estates by the grandfather of our host. Arrived at Coy, we found a splendid country place with brick buildings, beautiful gardens, several hothouses, and other luxuries, all of which appeared the more impressive by contrast. The reception and hospitality accorded us at Coy, where we were highly entertained with singing, dancing, and cards until midnight, was as bounteous as the darkness and rainfall which awaited us on the 16 versts drive over the roadless roads back to our quarter bivouac at Peshchakino. The following morning marked the beginning of our hunting. About 10 o'clock all was in readiness. Every hunter had been provided with a leash, a knife, and a whip, and naturally every huntsman with the 2 latter. In order to increase the number of posts, some of the huntsmen were also charged with leashes of greyhounds. I shall in the future use the word greyhound to describe all the sighthounds, in contradistinction to foxhound. It includes the borzois, Russian greyhounds, greyhounds, English, and crosses between the 2. The borzois numbered about 75% of all the greyhounds, and were for the most part somewhat less speedy than the real greyhounds, but better adapted for wolf hunting. They also have greater skill in taking hold, and this, even in hare coursing, sometimes gives them advantage over faster dogs. One of the most interesting features of the coursing was the matching of Russian and English greyhounds. The leash system used in the field offers practically the same fairness as is shown by dogs at regular coursing matches. The leash is a black, narrow leather thong about 15 feet long, with a loop at one end that passes over the right shoulder and under the left arm. The long thong, with a slit at the end, forming a hand loop, is, when not in use, folded up like a lariat or a driving rein, and is stuck under the knife belt. To use it, the end is put through the loop ring collars, which the greyhounds continually wear, and is then held fast in the left hand until ready to slip the hounds. Where the country is at all bushy, 3 dogs are a practical limit of 1 leash. Still, for the most part, only 2 are employed. It is surprising to see how quickly the dogs learn the leash with mounted huntsmen. 2 or 3 days are sufficient to teach them to remain at the side of the horse and at a safe distance from his feet. Upon seeing this use of the leash with 2 dogs each, I was curious to know why it should be so, why it would not be more exciting to see half a dozen or more hounds in hot pursuit, racing against each other and having a common goal, just as it is more exciting to see a horse race with a numerous entry than merely with 2 competitors. This could have been remedied, so I thought, by having horsemen go in pairs, or having several dogs, when possible, on one leash. Practice showed the wisdom of the methods actually employed. In the first place, it is fairer for the game. In the second, it saves the dogs, and finally, it allows a greater territory to be hunted over with the same number of dogs. There are 2 ways of hunting foxes and hares, and with certain variations, wolves also. These are by beating and driving with foxhounds, and by open driving with greyhounds alone. In the first case, a particular wood, island, is selected, and the foxhounds with their mounted huntsmen are sent to drive it in a certain direction. The various leashes of greyhounds, borzois alone if wolves be expected, are posted on the opposite side at the edge of the wood or the field, and are loosed the second the game has shown its intention of clearing the open space expressly selected for the leash. The mounted beaters with the foxhounds approach the thick woods of evergreens, cottonwood, birch, and undergrowth, and wait on its outskirts until a bugle signal informs them that all the greyhound posts are ready. The foxhounds recognize the signal, and would start immediately were they not terrorized by the black nagaika, a product of a country that has from remotest times preferred the knout to the gallows, and so is skilled in its manufacture and use. At the word "go" from the chief beater, the 70 foxhounds, which have been huddled up as closely as the encircling beaters could make them, rush into the woods. In a few minutes, sometimes seconds, the music begins. And what music! I really think there are too many musicians. For the voices not being classified, there is no individuality, but simply a prolonged howl. For my part, I prefer fewer hounds, where the individual voices may be distinguished. It seemed to be a needless use of so many good dogs, for half the number would drive as well, but they were out for exercise and training, and they must have it. Subsequently, the pack was divided into 2, but this was not necessitated by fatigue of the hounds, for we hunted on alternate days with greyhounds alone. One could well believe that foxes might remain a long time in the woods, even when pursued by such noise, but it seems to me that the hares would have passed the line of posts more quickly than they did. At the suitable moment, when the game was seen, the nearest leash was slipped, and when they seemed to be on the point of losing, another and sometimes a third was slipped. The poor foxhounds were not allowed to leave the woods. The moment the game appeared in the open space, they were driven back by the stiff riders with their cruel whips. The true foxhound blood showed itself, and to succeed in beating some of them off the trail, especially the young ones, required most rigorous action on the part of all. This seems to me a prostitution of the good qualities of a race carefully bred for centuries, and while realizing the necessity of the practice for that variety of hunt, I could never look upon it with complacence. It was just this sort of hunt for which the borzoi had been specially bred, and which has developed in him a tremendous spring. At the same time, it has given him less endurance than the English greyhound. It was highly interesting to follow the hounds with the beaters, but owing to the thickness of the woods and the absence of trails, it was far from being an easy task either for horse or rider. To remain at a post with a leash of hounds was hardly active or exciting enough for me, except when driving wolves, especially when the hounds could be followed, or when the open hunt could be enjoyed. In the second case, the hunters and huntsmen with leashes form a line with intervals of 100 to 150 yards, and march for versts straight across the country, cracking the terrible nagaika and uttering peculiar, exciting yells that would start game on a parade ground. After a few days, I flattered myself that I could manage my leash fairly and slip them passably well. To 2 or 3 of the party, leashes were not entrusted, either because they did not desire them, or for their want of experience in general with dogs and horses. To handle a leash well requires experience and considerable care. To prevent tangling in the horse's legs, especially at the moment the game is sighted, requires that the hounds be held well in hand, and that they be not slipped until both have sighted the game. I much prefer the open hunt to the post system. There is more action, and in fact more sport, whether it happens that one or several leashes be slipped for the same animal. When it is not possible to know whose dogs have taken the game, it belongs to him who arrives first, providing that he has slipped his leash. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Wolf Hunting in Russia by Henry T. Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Wolf Hunting in Russia, Part 2. So much for the foxes and hares, but the more interesting hunting of wolves remains. Few people except wolf hunters, and they are reluctant to admit it, know how rarely old wolves are caught with hounds. All admit the danger of taking an old one either by a dagger thrust or alive from under barzois, however good they be. There is always a possibility that the dogs may loosen their hold or be thrown off just at the critical moment. But the greatest difficulty consists in the inability of the hounds to hold the wolf even when they have overtaken him. When it is remembered that a full-grown wolf is nearly twice as heavy as the average barzoi, and that pound for pound he is stronger, it is clear that to overtake and hold him requires great speed and grit on the part of a pair of hounds. A famous kennel, that of the Grand Duke Nicholas Nikolaevich, which 2 years since caught 46 wolves by the combined system of hunting, took in that number but one old wolf, that is, 3 years or more old. The same kennel last year caught 26 without having a single old one in their number. We likewise failed to include in our captures a single old wolf. I mention these facts to correct the false impression that exists with us concerning the borzois, as evidenced by the great disappointment when 2 years since a pair in one of the western states failed to kill outright a full-grown timber wolf. At the field trials on wolves, which take place twice a year at Kolomyagi near Petersburg, immediately after the regular field trials on hares, I have seen as many as 5 leashes slipped before an old wolf could be taken, and then it was done only with the greatest difficulty. In fact, as much skill depends upon the borzatnik, huntsman, as the dogs. Almost the very second the dogs take hold, he simply falls from his horse upon the wolf and endeavors to thrust the unbreakable handle of his nagaika between the jaws of the animal. Then he wraps the lash around the wolf's nose and head. If the hounds are able to hold even a few seconds, the skilled borzatnik has had sufficient time, but there is danger even to the best. I saw an experienced man get a thumb terribly lacerated while muzzling a wolf, yet he succeeded, and in an incredibly short time. On another occasion, even before the brace of hounds had taken firm neck or ear holds, I saw a bold devil of a huntsman swing from his horse and in a twinkling lie prone upon an old wolf's head. How this man, whose pluck I shall always admire, was able to muzzle the brute without injury to himself and with inefficient support from his hounds, is not easy to understand, though I was within a few yards of the struggle. Such skill comes from long experience, indifference to pain, and, of course, pride in his profession. Having hunted foxes and hares, and having been shooting as often as the environs of Pechokino and our time allowed, we changed our base to a village 22 versts distant over the border in the government of Yaroslav. It was a village like all others of this grain and flax district, where the livestock and poultry shared the same roof with their owners. A family of 11 wolves had been located about 3 versts from it by a pair of huntsmen sent some days in advance. This explained our arrival. In making this change, I do not now recall that we saw a single house other than those of the peasant villages and the churches. I fancy that in the course of time these peasants may have more enlightenment, a greater ownership in the land, and may possibly form a yeoman class. At the present, the change, slow as it is, seems to point in that direction. With their limited possessions, they are happy and devoted subjects. The total of the interior decorations of every house consists of icons, of cheap colored pictures of the imperial family, and of samovars. In our lodgings, the house of the village starost, the 3 icons consumed a great part of the wall surface and were burdened with decorations of various colored papers. No one has ever touched upon peasant life in Russia without mentioning the enormous brick stove, Lizanka, and having on various hunts profited by them, I mean to say a word in behalf of their advantages. Even as early as the middle of September, the cold, continuous rains caused the gentle warmth of the Lizanka to be cordially appreciated. On it and in its vicinity all temperatures may be found. Its top offers a fine place for keeping guns, ammunition, and various articles free from moisture, and for drying boots, while the horizontal abutments constitute benches well adapted to thawing out a chilled marrow, or a sleeping place for those that like that sort of thing. A generous space is also allowed for cooking purposes. In point of architecture, there is nothing that can be claimed for it but stability. Excepting the interior upper surface of the oven, there is not a single curve to break its right lines. It harmonizes with the surroundings, and, in a word, answers all the requirements of the owner as well as of the hunter, who always preserves a warm remembrance of it. The wolves were located in a large marshy wood, and from information of the scouts based on the midnight and dawn choruses, they were reported at home. Accordingly, we prepared for our visit with the greatest precautions. Well within a verst of the proposed curved line upon which we were to take our stands with borzois, all dismounted and proceeded through the marsh on foot, making as little noise as possible. The silence was occasionally broken by the efforts of the borzois to slip themselves after a cur belonging to one of the peasant beaters that insisted on seeing the sport at the most aggravating distance for a sight hound. It was finally decided to slip one good borzoi that, it was supposed, could send the vexatious animal to another hunting ground, but the cur, fortunately for himself, suddenly disappeared and did not show himself again. After wading a mile in the marshy bog, we were at the beginning of the line of combat, if there was to be any. The posts along this line had been indicated by the chief huntsman by blazing the small pine trees or by hanging a heap of moss on them. The 9 posts were established in silence along the arc of a circle at distances from each other of about 150 yards. My post was number 4 from the beginning. In rear of it and of the adjoining numbers a strong high cord fence was put up, because it was supposed that near this part of the line the old wolves would pass, and that the borzois might not be able to stop them. The existence of such fencing material as part of the outfit of a wolf hunter is strong evidence of his estimate of a wolf's strength. It speaks pages. The fence was concealed as much as possible, so that the wolf with borzois at his heels might not see it. The huntsmen stationed there to welcome him on his arrival were provided with fork-ended poles, intended to hold him by the neck to the ground until he was gagged and muzzled, or until he had received a fatal dagger thrust. While we were forming the ambuscade, defense line, the regular beaters, with 200 peasant men and women, and the foxhounds, were forming the attack. Everything seemed favorable except the incessant cold rain and wind. In our zeal to guard the usual crossings of the wolves, we ignored the direction of the wind, which the wolves, however, cleverly profited by. It could not have been very long after the hounds were let go before they fell upon the entire family of wolves, which they at once separated. The shouts and screams of the peasants, mingled with the noises of the several packs of hounds, held us in excited attention. Now and then this or that part of the pack would approach the line, and, returning, pass out of hearing in the extensive woods. The game had approached within scenting distance, and in spite of the howling in the rear, had returned to depart by the right or left flank of the beaters. As the barking of the hounds came near the line, the holders of the borzois, momentarily hoping to see a wolf or wolves, waited in almost breathless expectancy. Each one was prepared with a knife to rush upon an old wolf to support his pair, but unfortunately only 2 wolves came to our line, and they were not 2 years old. They were taken at the extreme left flank, so far away that I could not even see the killing. I was disappointed, and felt that a great mistake had been made in not paying sufficient attention to the direction of the wind. Where is the hunter who has not had his full share of disappointments when all prospects seem favorable? As often happens, it was the persons occupying the least favorable places who had bagged the game. They said that in one case the borzois had held the wolf splendidly until the fatal thrust, but that in the other case it had been necessary to slip a second pair before it could be taken. These young wolves were considerably larger than old coyotes. So great was the forest hunted that for nearly 2 hours we occupied our posts, listening to the spasmodic trailing of the hounds and the yelling of the peasants. Finally, all the beaters and peasants reached our line, and the drive was over, with only 2 wolves taken from a family of 11. Shivering with cold and thoroughly drenched, we returned in haste to shelter and dry clothes. The following morning we set out on our return to Pescialchino, mounted with the borzois, while the foxhounds were driven along the road. We marched straight across the country in a very thin skirmish line, regardless of fences which were broken down and left to the owners to be repaired. By the time we had reached our destination, we had enjoyed some good sport and had taken several hares. The following morning, the master of the imperial hunt, who had been kept at his estates near Moscow by illness in his family, arrived, fetching with him his horses and a number of his own hounds. We continued our hunting a number of days longer in that vicinity, both with and without foxhounds, with varying success. Every day or 2 we also indulged in shooting for ptarmigan, blackcocks, partridges, woodcocks, and 2 kinds of snipe, all of which prefer the most fatiguing marshes. One day our scouts arrived from Filipovo, 26 versts off, to report that another family of wolves, numbering about 16, had been located. The Americanka was sent in advance to Orodinatovo, whither we went by rail at a very early hour. This same rainy and cold autumnal landscape would be intolerable were it not brightened here and there by the red shirts and brilliant headkerchiefs of the peasants, the noise of the flail on the dirt floor sheds, and the ever-alluring attractions of the hunt. During this short railway journey and on the ride to Filipovo, I could not restrain certain reflections upon the life of the people and of the proprietors of this country. It seemed on this morning that 3 conditions were necessary to render a permanent habitation here endurable: neighbors, roads, and a change of latitude. Of the first 2 there are almost none. Of latitude there is far too much. To be born in a country excuses its defects, and that alone is sufficient to account for the continuance of people under even worse conditions than those of these governments. It is true that the soil here does not produce fruit and vegetables like the Crimean coast, and that it does not, like the Black Belt, laugh with a harvest when tickled with a hoe. Yet it produces, under the present system of cultivation, rye and flax sufficient to feed, clothe, and pay taxes. What more could a peasant desire? With these provided, his happiness is secured. How can he be called poor? Without questioning his defense, which has been made many times in his behalf, I would simply say that he is not poor as long as a famine or plague of some sort does not arrive, and then proceed with our journey. From Orodinatovo to Filipovo is only 10 versts, but over roads still less worthy of the name than the others already traveled. The Americanka was drawn by 4 horses abreast. The road in places followed the river Lete, on which Filipovo is situated. We had expected to proceed immediately to hunt the wolves, and nearly 300 peasant men and women had been engaged to aid the foxhounds as beaters. They had been assembled from far and near, and were congregated in the only street of Filipovo, in front of our future quarters, to await our arrival. What a motley assembly! What brilliancy of coloring! All were armed with sticks and carried bags and cloths containing their rations of rye bread swung from their shoulders or around the neck and over the back. How many pairs of boots were hung over the shoulders? Was it really the custom to wear boots on the shoulders? In any case, it was de rigueur that each one show that he or she possessed such a luxury as a good pair of high-top boots, but it was not a luxury to be abused or recklessly worn out. Their system of footgear has its advantages in that the same pair may be used by several members of the family, male and female alike. It was not a pleasure for us to hear that the wolves had been at home at twilight and midnight, but were not there at dawn. Much less comforting was this news to those peasants living at great distances who had no place near to pass the night. The same information was imparted the following day and the day following, until it began to appear doubtful whether we could longer delay in order to try for this very migratory pack. Our chances of killing old wolves depended largely upon this drive, for it was doubtful whether we would make an attack upon the third family, 2 days distant from our quarters. Every possible precaution was taken to make it a success. I was, however, impressed with the fact that the most experienced members of the hunting party were the least sanguine about the old wolves. Someone remarked that my hunting knife, with a 6-inch blade, was rather short, and asked if I meant to try and take an old wolf. My reply was in the affirmative, for my intentions at that stage were to try anything in the form of a wolf. At this moment, one of the land proprietors, who had joined our party, offered to exchange knives with me, saying that he had not the slightest intention of attacking a wolf older than 2 years, and that my knife was sufficient for that. I accepted his offer. At a very early hour on this cold, rainy, autumnal morning, we set out on our way to the marshy haunts of the game. Our party had just been reinforced by the arrival of the commander of the Empress's Chevalier Guard Regiment, an ardent sportsman with his dogs. All the available foxhounds, 60 in number, were brought out, and the 300 peasants counted off. The latter were keen, not only because a certain part of them had sportsmanlike inclinations, but also because each one received 30 kopecks for participation in the drive. Besides this, they were interested in the extermination of beasts that were living upon their livestock. The picture at the start was more than worthy of the results of the day, and it remains fresh in my mind. The greater portion of the peasants were taken in charge by the chief beater, with the hounds, while the others followed along with us and the borzois. Silence was enforced upon all. The line of posts was established as before, except that more care was exercised. Each principal post, where 3 borzois were held on leash, was strengthened by a man with a gun loaded with buckshot. The latter had instructions not to fire upon a wolf younger than 2 years, and not even upon an older one, until it was manifest that the borzois and their holder were unequal to the task. My post was a good one, and my 3 dogs were apparently keen for anything. At the slightest noise they were ready to drag me off my feet through the marsh. Thanks to the nagaika, I was able to keep them in hand. One of the trio was well known for his grit in attacking wolves, the second was considered fair, while the third, a most promising 2-year-old, was on his first wolf hunt. Supported by these 3 dogs, the long knife of the gentleman looking for young wolves, and the yellow cuirassier officer with his shotgun, I longed for some beast that would give a struggle. The peasants accompanying us were posted out on each flank of our line, extending it until the extremities must have been separated by nearly 2 miles. The signal was given, and hunters, peasants, and hounds rushed into the woods. Almost instantly we heard the screams and yells of the nearest peasants, and in a short time the faint barking of the foxhounds. As the sounds became more audible, it was evident that the hounds had split into 3 packs, conclusive that there were at least 3 wolves. My chances were improving, and I was arranging my dogs most carefully that they might be slipped evenly. My knife, too, was within convenient grasp, and the foxhounds were pointing directly to me. Beastly luck! I saw my neighbor, the hunter of young wolves, slip his borzois, and like a flash they shot through the small pine trees, splashing as they went. From my point of view, they had fallen upon an animal that strongly resembled one of themselves. In reality, it was a yearling wolf, but he was making it interesting for the borzois as well as for all who witnessed the sight. The struggle did not last long, for soon 2 of the 3 borzois had fastened their long teeth in him, one at the base of the ear, the other in the throat. Their holder hastened to the struggle, about 100 yards from his post, and with my knife gave the wolf the coup de grace. His dogs had first sighted the game, and therefore had the priority of right to the chase. So long as the game was in no danger of escaping, no neighboring dogs should be slipped. His 3rd borzoi, on trial for qualifications as a wolfhound, did not render the least aid. Part of the foxhounds were still running, and there was yet chance that my excited dogs might have their turn. We waited impatiently until all sounds had died away, and until the beaters had reached our line, when further indulgence of hope was useless. Besides the above, the foxhounds had caught and killed a yearling in the woods, and Colonel Dietz had taken with his celebrated Maladiettes, aided by another dog, a 2-year-old. What had become of the other wolves, and where were most of the hounds? Without waiting to solve these problems, we collected what we could of our outfit and returned to Filipovo, leaving the task of finding the dogs to the whippers in. The whys and wherefores of the hunt were thoroughly discussed at dinner, and it was agreed that most of the wolves had passed to the rear between the beaters. It was found out that the peasants, when a short distance in the woods, had through fear formed into squads instead of going singly or in pairs. This did not, however, diminish the disappointment at not taking at least one of the old ones. The result of this drive logically brought up the question of the best way to drive game. In certain districts of Poland, deer are driven from the line of posts, and the same can be said of successful moose hunts in northern Russia. Perhaps that way may also be better for wolves. After careful consideration of the hunting situation, we were unanimous in preferring hare and fox coursing with both foxhounds and borzois, or with the latter alone, at discretion, to the uncertainty of wolf hunting. So we decided to change our locality. Accordingly, the following day we proceeded in the Amerikanka to the town of Koi, 25 versts distant. We arrived at noon, and were quartered in a vacant house in the large yard of Madame Ponomareff. Our retinue of huntsmen, dogs, horses, ambulance, and wagons arrived an hour later. There was no more wolf hunting. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled A Bear Hunt in the Sierras by Alden Sampson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zach R. A Bear Hunt in the Sierras, Part 1. A few years ago, a friend and I were cruising for our amusement in California, with outfit of our own, consisting of 3 pack horses, 2 saddle animals, tent, and camp furnishings. We had started from Los Angeles, had explored various out-of-the-way passes and valleys in the San Bernardino and San Rafael Mountains, taking care the while to keep our camp supplied with game, had killed deer and exceptionally fine antelope in the hills adjoining the Mojave Desert, had crossed the San Joaquin Valley and visited the Yosemite, where the good fortune of finding the Half Dome, with the Anderson rope, carried away by ice, gave us the opportunity for one delicious climb and replacing it. Returning to Fresno, we had sold our ponies and ended our 5 months' jaunt. My friend had gone east, and I had accepted the invitation of a member of the Union Club in San Francisco, to whom I bore a letter of introduction, to accompany him upon a bear hunt in the Sierras. He explained to me that the limited extent of his ranch in the San Joaquin Valley, a meager and restricted domain of only 7,000 acres, consisting of splendid pasturage and arable land, made it necessary for the sheep to look elsewhere than home for sustenance during the summer months. Many of the great ranches in the valley possess prescriptive rights to pasturage over vast tracts in the high Sierras. These, although not recognized by the law, were at least ignored and were sanctioned by custom. The land belonged to nobody. That is, it belonged to Uncle Sam, which, so far as a Texas or California stockman was concerned, amounted to exactly the same thing. The owner of such a right to pasturage zealously maintained his claim, and if, for any reason, he could not use it himself during a particular season, he formally gave his consent to someone else to enjoy the privilege in his stead. It was considered a gross violation of etiquette for a stockman to trespass upon that portion of the forest habitually used by other sheep. Such intrusions did occur, particularly upon the part of Mexicans with small flocks, tramp sheep they were called. But when the intruder was shot, small sympathy accompanied him to the grave, and the deep damnation of his taking off, in more senses than one, served as a salutary reminder to other gentlemen with discourteous tendencies to maraud. The consequences of all this was that a big ranchman spoke of his summer range with the same sense of proprietorship and security of possession as of his alfalfa field or pits of ensilage. We arrived at my friend's ranch in the evening, and the next morning but one were in the saddle and on our way, it having been arranged that the younger brother of my host was to take his place upon the hunt. As we were to arrive at the sheepherders' camps on the fourth day from the ranch, no elaborate preparations were necessary. We took but a single animal for the pack, besides the horses we rode. A Mexican herder, Leonard, was the third member of the party. Cook, packer, guide, general storehouse of information and jest. The first night we camped in the foothills, in a grove of big cone pines, curiously enough in the exact place where, a fortnight before, my friend Proctor and I had pitched our tent on the way from the Yosemite to Fresno, in which we had left without the slightest expectation, on the part of either, of ever seeing again. Little of the journey to the mountains remains in my memory. We passed a great timber chute of astonishing length, 20 or 40 miles or something of the sort, down which timbers floated from the great pine and spruce forest to the railroad, with little trouble and at slight expense, the water being of commercial value for purposes of irrigation during the summer, and bringing a good price after it has fulfilled its special function as carrier. The drinking water for my friend's ranch was taken from this, a supply being drawn in the cool of the morning sufficient to last throughout the day, and most grateful we found it during sultry August days in a part of the country where ice is not to be procured. Each of the 4 days of our journey, we were climbing higher among the mountains, into a thinner and more invigorating atmosphere. The days were hot so long as one remained exposed to the sun, but the shadows were cool and the nights most refreshing. Upon the last morning of our journey, crossing a mountain creek, my attention was called to a rude bridge, where had occurred a battle of the ranchmen upon the occasion of attempted entry by a tramp owner with his flock into somebody's summer range. The intruder was killed, and I believe in this particular instance the possessor of the unwritten right of exclusive pasturage upon government land found the laws of California awkward to deal with, not so deadly, it may be, as a six-shooter, but expensive and discouraging to quiet pastoral methods. Another point of interest was Rattlesnake Rock, which we rounded upon the trail. This was a spot peculiarly sheltered and favored by the winds, the warmest corner that snakes wot of, and here they assemble for their winter's sleep. In the mild days of early spring, when the rest of the world is still frozen and forbidden, this one little nook, catching all the sun, is thawed and genial. From beneath the ledge crawl forth into the warmth great store of rattlers, big and little. Coming out from the Yosemite Valley, I had killed one quite 4 feet in length and of exactly the same girth as my wrist, which I was assured was not at all an extraordinary size for them in these parts. Near this rock, in an unfeeling manner, I shot the head off another big one, and he will no longer attend the yearly meeting of his kind at Rattlesnake Rock. Upon this stage of our journey we met no one, yet the noble forest of spruce through which we were traveling bore only too plainly the signs of man's presence in the past and of his injurious disregard of the future. Everywhere were traces of fire. The trees of the Sierras, at the elevation at which we were, an altitude of 8,000 or 10,000 feet, grow more sparsely than in any forest to which we are accustomed in the East. Their dry and unimpeded spaces seem like heaven to the hunter familiar only with the tangled and perplexing undergrowth of the north woods, where the midday shadow, the thick underbrush, the uneven and wet, mossy surface, except upon some remote hardwood ridge, are the unvarying characteristics. In the Rocky Mountains, and that part of the Sierras with which I am familiar, it is quite different. In California, the trees do not crowd and jostle one another, but have regard for the sacredness of the person so far as the mutual relation of one and all are concerned. Broad patches of sunshine beneath the trees encourage the growth of rich grasses, none so sweet as those which are found at a great altitude, and although the prevailing tint underfoot is that of the reddish earth, tufts of succulent feed abound, sufficient to repay the sheep for cruising everywhere, while occasional glades furnish the most delicious and abundant pasturage. As in every forest, the processes of nature are slow, and it takes a long time for the dead past to bury its dead. On every side lie fallen trees, and a generation of rain and snow, sunshine and wind and tempest, must elapse before these are rotted away, and by the enrichment of the soil can furnish nourishment and life to their progeny and successors. Naturally, these trees are a hindrance and annoyance to the sheep herder. They separate his flock and greatly increase his labors. The land is not even his master's, whose one idea is temporary gain. Hence there is no restraining influence whatever for their preservation. So long as it lasts my lifetime, what matter is the prevailing sentiment. As there is no rain during the summer months, the fallen trees become perfectly dry. A handful of lighted twigs is all that is required to set fire to them, when they blaze or smolder until consumed. Owing to the absence of underbrush, forest fires are far less common than would be expected, but, of course, the soil is impoverished by the deprivation of its natural enrichment, the decaying wood, and the centuries to come will there, as well nigh everywhere in our country, point the finger of scorn at our spendthrift forestry. Although this is the chief economic injury, the beauty of the woods is sadly marred. All large game is frightened away, except the bear, which is half human and half hog in his methods, and minds it not at all. In fact, finds the presence of man perfectly intelligible, and his fat flocks a substantial addition to his own bill of fare. Leonard pointed out to us a certain mountain shrub, a rank poison to sheep. Every cluster of it on his range is known to the herder, who keeps the sheep in his charge at a safe distance. This is one of his important duties, for if a sheep eats this plant, he is a goner. In one particular, the pasturage of the high Sierras has suffered greatly. The ranchmen naturally wish to get their sheep off the home range as early in the spring as possible. In fact, the last month there is one of starvation. The new crops have not yet grown. Nothing remains standing of the old but a few dead stalks of weeds. The supply of alfalfa cut the year before has long since been exhausted, and, metaphorically speaking, the sheep and cattle have to dine, as the hungry Indian is said to do, by tightening his belt half a dozen holes and thinking of what he had to eat the week before last. Only the weaklings die, however. The others become lean and restless, and as eager as their masters to start for the mountains. The journey supplies them with scant pickings, just enough to keep body and soul together, but morally it is a relief from the monotony of starvation at home, and they work their way stubbornly and expectantly up the mountains and into the forest as soon as the sun permits and anything has grown for them to eat. The consequence of this close grazing is that certain species of the grasses upon which they feed are never allowed to come to flower and mature their seed. Hence, those with a delicate root, the more strictly annual varieties, which rely upon seed for perpetuation of the plant, have a hard time of it. Where the sheep range, the wild timothy, for example, a dwarf variety and an excellent sweetgrass, has almost disappeared, although formerly it grew in abundance. The forest glades through which we passed had the appearance of a closely cropped pasture, as different as possible from the profusion of tall grasses and beautiful flowering plants which grow in similar openings untroubled by sheep. So far as the grasses are concerned, or grass, by which, I take it, is ordinarily designated the foliage of the plant, I doubt if it is molested to any great extent by deer. Their diet is mainly the tender leaves of plants, weeds to the unscientific person. The heads of wild oats and of a few of the grasses might prove sufficiently sweet and tempting to arrest their fancy, but as for grazing, as sheep or cattle do, it is not their habit. When deer shall have come to trudge uphill in the plodding gait of the domestic beast, and shall have abandoned their present method of ascending by a series of splendid, springing leaps and bounds, the very embodiment of vigor and of wild activity, time enough for them to take to munching grass, the sustenance of the harmless, necessary cow. At present they are most fastidious in their food, and select only the choicest, tenderest tips and sweetest tufts of herbage, picking from there and here, wandering and meditating as they eat. I will not say that they never touch grass, for I have seen deer feeding among cattle in the open, but it is not by any means their chief article of their diet, and when they partake of it under such circumstances, it is more as a gratification of their social instincts, I think, than from any particular love of the food itself. A little before noon upon the fourth day, we arrived at one of the sheep camps, to which we had been directed by a stray herd, and where we were to find the foreman of the sheep gang. At that hour of the day, there were naturally in the camp but a few men. The cook was there, of course. His functions were simple enough: to make bread, tea, and boil mutton, or bake it in a Mexican oven beneath the coals. With him was the chief herder and a half-witted Portuguese, who, upon the day following, in the plenitude of his zeal and mental deficiency, insisted upon offering himself as live bait for a grizzly, as will be narrated. During the afternoon I strolled further up the mountain with my rifle, in the hope of a shot at a stray deer, and to have a look at the lay of the land. Bear tracks I saw, and a little deer sign also, but it was too early in the day regularly to hunt. All nature nodded in the dozy glare of the August afternoon, and after the hot journey in the saddle, I found a siesta under the clean spruce trees refreshing. Towards sunset, I awoke to find a pine marten in a tree across the gulch reconnoitering, and evidently turning over in his mind the probabilities whether the big creature curled up on the hillside fornst him were the cast of a hunter or hunted. I soon brought him out of that, and upon my return to camp, the hide was graciously accepted by the chief herder, who converted the head of it into a tobacco pouch with neatness and dispatch. At the evening meal, there were good-natured references to chile con oso, bear's meat cooked with red peppers, regret expressed that the camp's larder could at present afford none, and expressions of confidence that this delicacy would soon be set before us, all most politely and comfortably insinuated. They had the gratification of their desire. It was on the next day but one. That night there was a great jabbering of bad Spanish around the campfire. Had this been the rendezvous of Sicilian brigands, it doubtless would have had a slightly more picturesque appearance, but the difference would have only been of degree, not at all of kind. The absence of rain made tents unnecessary. Piles of bedding, of cooking and riding equipment defined the encampment. Around the fire a dozen Mexicans clustered, of whom, except the chief herder and Leonard, not one spoke English. They wore the broad hats of their race, and were arrayed for protection against the cool night winds of the Sierras in old and shabby cloaks, some of which had been originally bright in color, but now were subdued by age and dirt into comfortable harmony with the quiet tones of the mountain and the forest. Old quilts and sheepskins carpeted a small space where we had been invited to seat ourselves upon our arrival. Then, as throughout our stay, every possible mark of hospitality was shown us, a delicious, faint survival of Castilian courtesy. Long after I had turned in, somewhere in the dead vast and middle of the night, I was aroused by the sound of scurry and scampering among the bunch of sheep which was rounded up near the camp. Experience has taught these creatures to efface themselves at night, and they are only too glad to sleep quietly, as near as possible to humans, with no disposition to wander after dark. They realize their danger from bears, yet the protection which a Mexican affords is a purely imaginary thing, as unsubstantial as the baseless fabric of a vision, of as little real substance for the protection of the flock as the dream of mutton stew and fat bear, by no means a baseless fabric, which engrosses the sleeping shepherd, body and mind. The disturbance upon this occasion soon subsided. One and another of the shepherds sleepily moved in his blankets, perhaps swore to himself a hurried prayer or two, but not one of them spoke aloud or indicated the slightest intention of investigating the cause of the commotion. Only too well they and the sheep knew what it signified. Quiet reigned again, and, attaching no importance to the incident, I was promptly asleep. In the morning I learned that the disturbing cause had been the charge of a grizzly into the flock within a stone's throw of us, a sound too familiar to occasion comment at the time. There were the tracks, to leeward of the sheep, of a she-grizzly and 2 cubs. Their approach had been without a sound. Not the snap of a twig, or the faintest footfall, had given any signal of their presence. The mother had critically overhauled the flock in her mind from the slight rise of ground, on a level with their backs or slightly higher, and made deliberate choice of a fat wether, having a discriminating eye, and being too good a judge of sheep flesh to take any but such as are in prime condition. A single quick rush, and she had secured her victim, in an instant, before the rest are fairly upon their feet, and is off, carrying the sheep in her mouth as easily as a cat would her kitten, her delighted cubs trotting behind. Every 2 or 3 nights this occurrence was repeated, with no interference upon the part of the Mexicans. What recks it them? The hungry sheep look up and are not fed. On the contrary, the bears are. As for the Mexicans, they have lost no bear. To have seen the intruder would have only been a gratuitous anxiety, since nothing in the world would have tempted them to fire at it. Should they risk life and limb for a sheep? And that the patrons, who had so many? It was not their quarrel. The charge of the grizzly was a thing as much to be accepted as an incident in the Sierras as the thunderbolt, equally dangerous to him who should interfere as the lightning stroke to one daring to interpose his rifle between the angry heavens and the foredoomed tree. We may feel sure that the lesson is not lost upon the cubs. They are taught energy, sagacity, craft in maturing their plans, courage and promptness in their execution. They are taught reverence for the ursine genius, unbounded admiration for their mother's leadership and steadiness of nerve, at the same time that they are taught contempt for the stupidity of sheep and the pusillanimity of humans. It may be that the apologists for the latter might find a word to mitigate their too severe sentence. A she-grizzly of the Sierras, at night, with hungry cubs to feed, is not an altogether pleasant thing to face when infuriated by wounds, none of which may be bad enough to cripple her, yet combined are ample sufficient to make her pretty cross and dangerous. The Mexican is a poor shot, but what can you expect? His vocation is a humble one. Were he of more positive and determined temperament, he would be a vaquero of the plains, a boyero, Anglice bullwhacker, on the Santa Fe Trail or down in Old Mexico, and not the dry nurse of these woolly idiots, in whose race, for innumerable centuries, man has elaborately cultivated stupidity, and by systematic process of artificial selection, has faithfully eliminated every sign of insubordination and the last trace of individuality of temperament, and that which in our race is called character. No native-born white man in this country can be induced to follow, for any length of time, the vocation of shepherd. The deadly monotony of the occupation drives him either to imbecility or desperation. It is well known that men who habitually care for any animal come in time to resemble him. Stable boys, bred to the vocation of groom, become horse-faced and equine of disposition. Eventually they wheeze and whistle like a currycomb. Cowboys partake of the scatterbrained recklessness of the Texas steer, which they tend. No one could admit dogs to be daily and familiar companions without absorbing into his system somewhat of their sense of humor and their faithfulness. The lion tamer, who enters unscathed the den of his charge, must share the robustest courage and determination of the beasts with which he associates. The rat catcher, whether he be ferret or man, partakes of the fierce slyness of the game he follows. And I remember that, years ago, before I had ever heard mention of this peculiarity of resemblance, I could detect, plainly writ in the face of an attendant of Mr. Crowley, when he was kept in the old Arsenal building in Central Park, the reflected temperament and animalism of the poor, indolent, captive chimpanzee, whose fellow and all too sympathetic friend he had made himself. Naturalists are well aware of this phenomenon. If this be so, and stupidity catching, what more potent influence of fatty degeneration of the intellect could there be than the uninterrupted society of sheep, with nothing in the world to think of except their care, without even the stimulating influence of gain to redeem the paralyzing service? The sheep are not their own, and if the bears eat them up, the keepers do not feel the stimulating ache in their money pocket that might tempt them, however feebly, to resist aggression. Moreover, as a rule, they are wretchedly armed. Each of these men carried an old six-shooter of an outlandish and forgotten pattern, good enough to try a chance shot at another Mexican with, but only a source of more or less pleasurable titillation of a bear, were one ever to be discharged at him, and about as effective as pelting an alligator with strawberries. If the last stage of misery for a horse be to drag, along its rigid road of stone and iron, the city horse car, with its thankless freight of fares, the corresponding degradation of the gun is to rest upon the hip of a degenerate sheepherder, half Spaniard, half Indian, and half coyote. Any self-respecting weapon reduced to such straits would be conscious of its low estate. Its magazine would revolve in a creaky, half-hearted, reluctant fashion. It would doubtless fire an apologetic bullet. Its report would be something between scat and beg your pardon, to which a bear would pay but slight heed. Others of the Mexicans were armed with old muskets, somewhat rusty and ramshackly, but with a furry longitudinal perforation throughout their length, along which it could not credibly be called a bore. A ball could, after a fashion, if you gave it enough time, be propelled. Leonard was exceptionally fortunate in this respect. He carried an old rimfire 44-40 Winchester, the action of which occasionally worked and occasionally did not. Comparatively speaking, he was rather a swell in the matter of firearms, but if one should put his trust in him in the case of emergency as a sheet anchor to windward, there was always the remote possibility, were the strain too intense, that he might not be of a dependence of absolute security. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Read by Zach R. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled A Bear Hunt in the Sierras by Alden Sampson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zach R. A Bear Hunt in the Sierras, Part 2. The afternoon of this day, much against my real inclination, but in accordance with the prevailing desire, we started out, the whole rabble of us, to follow the she-grizzly's trail. It could not be called a still hunt, for the reason that 6 men hunting in a pack are never still. However, it did not matter. We found in a neighboring gulch bits of the fleece, bones, and hides of 3 sheep, and the sufficiently plain evidence, upon the trampled, bloody ground, of recent feasts. Yet this was the banqueting hall and not the children's nursery. a bear thinks nothing of a little stroll of 10 miles or so before or after eating. It aids digestion, and in the case of a female, as this was, wards off an attack of the nerves. Particularly a bear with cubs would put at least that distance between herself and hunters. Moreover, they are so clever that I doubt not this one knew already by scent and subtle process of ratiocination how many of us there were in camp, where we were from, the color of our hair, what sort of rifles we carried, their caliber, how heavy a bullet and how many grains of powder they fired. This is said in the light of after events and of further experience. That afternoon, in our unjustifiably sanguine forecast, we had hopes of finding this particular bear. The half-witted Portuguese, of whom I have spoken, showed a special zeal in the presence of the patron, and insisted, in spite of mild and repeated caution, in going ahead and scrupulously investigating every possible ambuscade where there was the remotest chance of finding the bear, or, what was much more likely, of the bear finding him. In consideration of the fact that this was a she-one, which we were after, that she was proud and well-fed, and on the lookout for pursuit, had the Portuguese found her, she would in all probability have received his visit with cordial warmth. Not speaking his tongue fluently, I was unable to express my solicitude except by signs and admonitory gestures. The rest of the party apparently seemed to think that, while the bear was interested and occupied with him, a good opportunity would be offered for getting in a shot. And as the Portuguese were a drug in the market in that part of California, and grizzly bears, dead, a great rarity, he was suffered to contribute his mite to the success of la chase, and all went merrily. Not a thicket or a den did he leave unprobed. An hour or two were spent in beating up the gulch to its head. Then a barren mountainside presented itself, 3 or 4 miles of it, with no shelter. Leonard ran the trail here like a dog, literally ran it, and the pack of hunters tailed behind him for half or 3/4 of a mile. A bit before sundown, we were at the edge of the chaparral, a tangle of bushes and quaking asp, rather a baddish place in which to stumble upon her serene highness. However, my companions did me the honor to promote me to the Portuguese place and function. With rifle across the crook of arm, we stole as silently as might be — the United States Army would have made more noise — into the jungle. Sunset overtook us up on the far edge, with a stretch of open forest in sight, and, I doubt not, with Madame Bruin and her cubs miles ahead in some inaccessible snarl of bushes, where the crackling underbrush would warn her of approach as fully as could the most complete system of burglar alarms. That night, leaving word that whoever might be the first to stir in the morning should call me, I unrolled my blankets under a spruce somewhat apart from the crowd and was soon asleep. Before daylight I was astir, had a cup of coffee and a bite, and was off. Upon the previous afternoon I had picked the direction I would take, which was to skirt certain openings in the forest below. Fresh sign I saw that assured me of the excellence of the range for bear, but I encountered nothing alive worth powder and ball, and returned to camp about 9 o'clock. I was greeted by Leonard with the joyful news that during my absence he had seen from camp a big bear across the side of the mountain only a mile or so away, and disappear over the ridge. This happened about 7 o'clock. The chief herder and my companion received the information somewhat in a spirit of respectful incredulity, but Leonard assured me that it was so, and we made preparations to follow the trail toward night. Meanwhile, I breakfasted and slept. We left camp about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and without the slightest difficulty found the beast's trail exactly where the Mexican had said we should. Before this time I had killed an odd bear or so in Colorado, and had had some little experience in unraveling the trail of game. It may be rather priding myself upon the accomplishment, but let me here acknowledge the superiority of professional talent. Leonard, to all intents and purposes, had been born and raised on a sheep range. His earliest recollections had been of the sheep camps, of the Sierras, of the reputation of the arch-enemy of the flock and the havoc which he works. From infancy, he, like all herders, had been constantly upon the lookout for bear sign. It was his one keenest intellectual accomplishment and diversion. The result of this special training was such an acuteness of vision and nice discrimination of eye that he could clearly distinguish a bear's footprints upon the naked sand and gravel, where at a quick glance I was unable to see any indication whatever. A single grain of sand displaced was sufficient to arrest his eye. He detected it instantly. To him, the minutest particle had its weather-beaten side as well as a boulder. A bear could not put his foot upon the ground without leaving an impress, which he could detect. His talent was so quick and unerring that we soon organized a division of labor. He was to concentrate his energies and attention upon the trail, while I, by his side or a step in advance, when the trail read itself and permitted such a course, was to watch ahead and around for both of us. Fortunately, this arrangement was satisfactory to him. The hardest of the trail to decipher was where it was written in condensed shorthand across a mountain slide or coulisse of naked granite boulders. Here not one trace was to be found in a dozen yards. Fortunately, we could trust in the genius of the bear. He was aware, as well as Laplace, that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. He undoubtedly knew exactly where he was heading. We had his general direction, and by beating about for a tuft of grass here with a blade displaced, a stray gooseberry bush there with a leaf awry, and yonder a patch of thicker vegetation, betraying interference, we soon succeeded, owing mainly to Leonard's genius as a pathfinder, in getting through a couple acres of this most vague and illegible pedography. At last we had the trail upon the mountainside once more, where, after such difficulties surmounted, following it was a comparative luxury. After having proceeded in this manner for perhaps 2 hours, we entered timber, and were obliged to advance with greater caution to avoid the slightest sound which might betray our presence and give the alarm. With 2 men, the risk of doing this is increased in geometrical ratio. One person alone, traveling through the woods may, and almost certainly will, break an occasional twig underfoot. If game is within hearing, the sound will inevitably be detected. The deer, if it be a deer, will lift his head and listen. But if the hunter stops and waits for a time, the chances are that the animal will, after a due interval of silence, resume his feeding if so engaged, or his rumination, be it physical or moral, and the alarm may not prove fatal. Not so when companions are hunting together. It would seem as if the second man, with dreadful promptness, never failed to snap his twig also, which sounds as loud as a pistol coming upon the strained attention of the listening beast, who is off like a streak, leaving the disappointed hunter, as he hears him crashing away, to moralize that company in the chase halves the pleasure and doubles the sorrow. The only safety where union is necessary is to proceed with exaggerated and fantastic caution. Leonard was a treasure in this. He had dreamt of grizzlies all his life, yet had never been in at the death. His heart was in the hunt. He fairly sighed for gore. We crept into the woods as silent as panthers and as purry in the ardor of the chase. After a mile or so, our bear had come to an immense fallen spruce, lying across the trail, with the big butt 5 or 6 feet in diameter to our right, the top pointing up the hill. Over the middle of this, at right angles, lay another large tree, with the point towards us. I felt that behind the first of these, if I had been the original and unmolested settler in these parts, as the bear was, with all the world before me where to choose, I should have made the bed for my morning nap. It was long after daylight when he had reached this covert. He had doubtless been stirring soon after sunset the evening before. He had, it is not unlikely, been traveling all night, had feasted heartily upon a sheep during that interval, and by the time he reached this place, which may have been in his mind from the start, he was feeling comfortably lazy and inclined to the refreshment of sleep. Behind that tree, so admirably suited for the purpose, I trusted that he might still remain. The big end would protect a cool space from the heat of the morning sun, and we might yet be so lucky as to find him in his lair beneath its shelter. A signal to Leonard was enough, and we proceeded to circle the fallen timber, which fortunately the wind permitted, with all the caution of which we were capable. Had the gentleman we were after been our dearest friend at the crisis of a fever, we could not have tiptoed about his bed with more solicitude lest we disturb sweet slumber. The big tree lay in front of us. By this we crept at a respectful distance, and then approached the further end of the tree lying across it. With great care I sneaked up until I could look over its trunk at the desired point. Alas, no bear had made his nest there. Sorrowfully, but without a sound, I crawled upon the intervening log and slowly stood erect. There, directly beneath me, where I could have jumped into it most comfortably, was the deserted form of a bear, which he had dug in the morning within an hour after Leonard had seen him, and in which the greater part of the day had been spent, until he had stirred abroad for water with which to wash down the recollection of his muttons. Although ardently hoping that he was behind the tree, I had not in the least expected to find his bed in this particular place. Had he stayed quietly there until our arrival, he would have given one of us a delicious surprise, and the mutual agitation of the moment might have induced a shot with unpremeditated haste, and possibly have caused me to get off that fallen spruce tree in somewhat quicker time than I had climbed it. One naturally would not feel any keen desire to display his acrobatic skill in walking a log for the entertainment of an infuriated grizzly. A few hares proclaimed him a cinnamon, who is either a variety of the grizzly or his first cousin. Authorities differ. At all events, he closely resembles him except in color, which, although of a uniform white, fadey brown, might be an extreme type of the sorrel top of the Rockies. In size, the cinnamon fully holds his own with the grizzly. I should say that his head was rather longer. The generous excavation which this one had made showed that he was no mean representative of his species. Not 20 yards away, and near the end of the big tree where I had expected to find him, was a little spring. To this, still without a word, we proceeded, saw where he had stood to drink more than once, doubtless long and deep. To our left, in the soft earth, lay his retreating footsteps, a continuation of the general direction of his previous course. A moment's pause for closer scrutiny, a smile and a whispered word exchanged, just to show that we were not bored. Then, respectful of the silence of the darkening woods, we were again upon the trail. It was now easy to see why he had left his lair. It faced the west, and the heat of the afternoon sun had annoyed him, warmly clad and irritable with high living. We had proceeded only about a stone's throw further when I caught a glimpse of our bear. Within 20 paces, under the shadow of a tree at the edge of a cool, umbrageous thicket, between him and the setting sun, lay the beast we were after. Or, as I for a moment thought, judging from the great innocuous mass of brown fur, a pair, perhaps male and female, or one, it might be, a yearling cub. With finger lifted, I signaled Leonard to stop. A great head was slowly raised and turned my way. A bullet between the eyes, and down it went again, and I threw another cartridge into the chamber, expecting to see the second bear spring to his feet, ready to do whatever, in his judgment, the occasion required, either to fight or to run. Whichever he might elect to do, it was well to be prepared. "Give him another shot," said the prudent Leonard, and I fired a second time, sending this ball quartering, and, like the first, through the brain. Then I realized that there was but one, and he of creditable size. We soon had him out in the open, for nothing is easier to roll about than a bear just killed. He is like a great jellyfish, and I have seen a little terrier no larger than a rabbit worry and shake a great carcass 4 times as large as the most commodious kennel he could desire, provided he were a sensible pup, and had the comfortable instinct of wild things for snugness rather than ostentatious display. Enough of daylight remained for us to get his pelt off, with head and claws unskinned and attached, and to hurry over the mountain by moonlight with our trophy, a junk of rank meat for such as might desire it not forgotten. We were cordially welcomed back to camp, and, after the usual powwow, the cook, with due formality, with Mexican chile and Spanish politeness, proceeded to concoct the boasted chile con oso, a much overrated dish, one made of a tough old cinnamon he-bear. After I had turned in, I heard much laughter, and subsequently learned that it was at an incident of the day. As we were starting out in the afternoon, and before we had struck the bear's trail, in order to avoid any possibility of a premature shot, I had casually inquired of Leonard if he wished to earn $5. "Certainly, senor. I am always glad to get the chance." "Well, don't shoot then until I give the word, and you shall have it." This circumstance Leonard had innocently narrated to the group around the campfire in the fuller elaboration of the hunt, and the story had an immediate success, the idea seeming to prevail that nothing in the world could have tempted him to fire before he was compelled to, which, as a matter of fact, I think was only prudent on his part, considering the arms he bore. The next morning, to the infinite chagrin of some of us, the younger patron discovered that his presence was required at home, where, if he was mildly chid by my friend, his elder brother, who in generosity to his junior had yielded his own place and the leadership of this expedition, I should not greatly grieve. Upon the third day thereafter, we regained the ranch. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Read by Zach R.
Chapter 8 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled The Ascent of Chief Mountain by Henry L. Stimson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ascent of Chief Mountain. In the most northern corner of the Piegans country in northwestern Montana, almost grazing the Canadian border with its abrupt side, stands a turret-shaped mountain. Behind it, the great range of the Rockies, which for hundreds of miles has been trending steadily northward, bends sharply away toward the west, leaving the corner on which the mountain stands a huge protruding pedestal for its weird shape. 90 years ago, Lewis and Clark saw it from far to southward as they passed along the dwindling Missouri and called it Tower Mountain. But to the Indians it has always been the Chief Mountain. Even those prosaic German geographers to whom we owe so much for information about our own and other lands have either seen it and fallen under the spell of its strange power, or have taken their nomenclature directly from the Piegans, for they have crowned it Kaiser Peak. For more than a year we have been numbered with the chief's subjects. During the previous summer we had been seeking the acquaintance of the mountain goat, not the shorn degenerate which throngs the slopes of the Cascades and straggles among the southern peaks of Montana, but the true snowy buffalo of the northern Rockies. And from the ledges of the St. Mary Mountains, where we had sought him, could be seen still further to the northward the Piegans' chief. Of the range, yet not in it, like a captain well to the front of his battle line, he pressed out into the broad prairie as if leading a charge of Titans toward the far distant lakes. And through the long months of an eastern winter and the still longer months of an eastern summer, above all the memories of that wondrous land where every butte and mountain peak teems with legend, and where every bison's skull on the prairie tells its story, had towered the clear-cut image of that northern mountain, a worthy sovereign of any man's allegiance. Now, as inevitably as an antelope returns to its lure, we had returned for a closer look at our mountain. Down deep in our hearts, battling with the awe which we felt for him, was the almost unspoken hope that perhaps in some way we might struggle up his sheer sides and make him, in a way he was to no one else, our king. We were a party of 3, the doctor and I, and our faithful packer, Fox. A cold storm was blowing spitefully across the open foothills and out onto the prairie as we broke camp under the high banks of Kennedy Creek on the morning of the last stage of our journey. The clouds driving over the range from the northwest swung so low that they hid the peaks, and the great pedestal of the chief met them all uncrowned indistinguishable from the others about him. It was one of those doubtful mornings with which the mountains love to warn off strangers, or to greet their friends, one which might presage a week of storm, or usher in a fortnight of surpassing beauty. We had camped for the night at the last of those ranches which stretch along the bottom lands of the St. Mary River. Just as we started, its owner, Indian Billy, decided to go with us. Even he had never been to the foot of his tribe's famous peak, and the dark-skinned idlers of the ranch who gathered about us as we flung the lash ropes over our horses could tell us little more than legends of it. Several bloods from across the Canadian border declared that the boundary line ran not where the white men had marked it on the prairie with their insignificant piles of stones, but through the deep cleft in the chief's wall where the Great Spirit himself had placed it, thus giving to the bloods, who knew it best, their proper share of the mountain. And getting warmer in their enthusiasm, they reminded Billy of their standing challenge to his tribe, the Piegans, 50 horses to anyone who should run around that wall, small as it seemed, in half a day. For our part, it was hard to realize, even on that cold September morning, that the long dreaming was over and the reality before us. It took all the straining of the pack ponies on the wet land ropes to remind us that we were at last climbing the foothills of the great peak. Our presence there, far from breaking the long enchantment, surrendered us bodily to it, and Billy, riding over the successive slopes before us, swaying in the saddle with the hawk-like motion of the prairie Indian, seemed a fit ambassador to lead us to his king. As the day passed, the clouds gradually lightened, and finally, just as we surmounted one of the higher foothills, at the summit of the long, sloping, forest-clad pedestal before us, broke through the crown of the chief. Toward us on the east, it showed a black rectangular wall, 2,000 feet in length, 1,500 in height, and from its sharp corners the broken mists streamed away southward like tattered garments. A few hasty pictures taken while Fox mended a broken pack cinch, and we pressed on toward the foot of the mountain. Some benign influence was with us even thus early, and we were guided into the easiest way. Streaks of burned forest, bristling with windfalls, were slowly but successfully threaded, long rock slides luckily avoided, while we mounted steadily slope after slope, until finally, late in the afternoon, we pulled our panting horses out just above the timberline upon the comparatively level summit of the pedestal. The foot of the great crowned wall was still a mile away and 1,000 feet above us, but we were near enough and high enough for our purpose, and in a deep basin, sheltered from the wind and carpeted with soft mountain grass, and with the only water in the neighborhood sparkling up from a spring in the bottom, we found a perfect camp. As soon as the tents were pitched, Fox set about preparing dinner, while the 7 horses, freed from their loads, buried their noses in the grass in perfect contentment. As he sat in the door of the tent, the doctor's eyes seemed glued to his field glasses, while the object lens ever pointed in the one direction, westward. Under the brim of the Indian's broad hat, as he lay apparently dozing before the fire, I could see his black eyes fixed on the same point, and even Fox, constantly shifting his position about the fire, rarely took one which placed his back toward that black wall behind which the sun was now gradually sinking. For myself, all the longing of the past year had concentrated itself into a desire to rush over this last remaining distance, to get to that magic crown, to feel it with hand and foot, and to see whether, as the Piegans aver, it denied even a single foothold for a mortal man. After dinner, the doctor and I did go to it. We clambered out of our little basin onto the higher portion of the dome-like pedestal, and from this platform, on which rests the great crown, looked past its 2 edges at the vast mountain range behind it, stretching north and south. Then we picked our way toward it, through the loose boulders and broken rock, saw the summit hang further and further over us as we advanced into the gloom at its foot, and after finally reaching it and pressing ourselves against where it rose sheer from its pedestal, we hurried back to camp through the twilight, thoroughly awed by the solemnity of the place. The storm of the morning had cleared into a most perfect night, and as we lay about the fire, Billy told us all that the old men had told him of the chief. A full-blooded Piegan, in his new life as a ranchman, he had not lost touch with the traditions of his tribe. Only one Piegan, he said, had ever attempted to climb the mountain. Years ago, a hunting party of their young men had been encamped on the opposite side, where the cliffs do not overhang so much, and ledges run temptingly up for a distance, and one of them, the youngest and most ambitious of the band, declared that he would go to the summit. He started, and his companions watched him from below until he passed along one of the very highest ledges out of sight. Then the spirit of the mountain must have met him, for though they waited many days and searched for him all around the base, he never came back, and the Piegans, being a prairie tribe and not over fond of the mountains at best, thereafter avoided any close acquaintance with their king. A story had come to them, however, from the Flatheads across the range, a tribe whose prowess they always respected in war, as they believed in their truthfulness in peace, and as the story related to their mountain, they had treasured it among their own legends. Still earlier, many years before even the oldest Piegan was a boy, there had lived a great Flathead warrior, a man watched over by a spirit so mighty that no peril of battle or of the hunt could overcome him. When at last in his old age he came to die, he told the young men his long-kept secret. Many years before, as the time approached for him to go off into the forest and sleep his warrior sleep, in which he hoped to see the vision which should be his guide and protection through life, he had decided to seek a spot and a spirit which had never before been tried. So, carrying the usual sacred bison skull for his pillow, he had crossed the mountains eastward into the far-off Piegan country. Then, with none to aid him save the steady power of his own courage, he had ventured upon the ledges of the chief of the mountains, and choking down each gasp of panic, when at overhanging corners the black walls seemed striving to thrust him off and down, he had finally forced his way to the very summit. For 4 days and nights he had fasted there, sleeping in the great cleft which one can see from afar out on the prairie. On each of the first 3 nights, with ever-increasing violence, the spirit of the mountain had come to him and threatened to hurl him from the face of the cliff, if he did not go down on the following day. Each time he had refused to go, and had spent the day pacing the summit, chanting his warrior song and waving his peace pipe in the air as an offering, until finally, on the 4th night, the spirit had yielded, had smoked the pipe, had given him the token of his life. None of the young Flatheads, however, said Billy, had dared to follow their great warrior's example, so that to this day he was the only man who had braved the spirit of the chief and made it his friend. After we were rolled in our blankets, and the late moon, rising from the prairie ocean behind us, had turned the dark threatening wall to cheering silver, we thought again of the old warrior's steadfastness, and longed to make his example ours. The doctor's thermometer marked 20 degrees Fahrenheit when Fox called us, and the morning bucket which he dashed over us was flavored with more of the spirit of duty than usual. But otherwise the weather had been made for us. Yesterday's storm had beaten down the smoke from Washington forest fires, which had clouded everything for the past month, and the sweet grass hills twinkled across 100 miles of prairie, as if at our feet, and yet there was hardly a breath of wind. Under the lee of the wall itself, Absolute stillness brooded over the ledges, which even a moderate breeze could have made dangerous. We did not make an early start. The thing could be done quickly if it could be done at all, for there was only 1,500 feet of cliff. Our men did not give the attempt to reach the summit from this, the eastern side, even the scant compliment of a doubt. In their minds its failure was certain, but they were willing to see how far we could get up. The doctor, too, had at first suggested, and with perfect correctness, that to try a difficult side of a mountain before reconnoitering the other was bad mountaineering, to say the least. But on the other hand, this east side was the famous side of the chief, the side which every passer-by on the prairie saw and wondered at. With our glasses we had mapped a course which seemed not impossible. Was it not better to meet our king face to face than to steal on him from behind? Besides, this wonderful weather might not last long enough for us to reach the other side, and so our final conclusion was to try the east face. Halfway up the sheer face of the cliff was divided horizontally by a broad, steep shelf, which ran nearly the length of the mountain. That shelf could clearly be crossed at any place. The difficulty would lie with the walls below and above it. The lower one was bad enough at best, but it was easy to recognize as least bad a place where a slope of shale abutted against it, shortening it some 300 feet. The upper wall, in general, seemed even worse, but it was furrowed by two deep chimneys side by side, one of which led into the mountain's well-known cleft. The other chimney seemed to lead directly to the summit, but its lower mouth was inaccessible, cut off by overhanging cliff. Our plan, therefore, if we could ever reach the halfway shelf, was to use the first chimney in the beginning, then try to find a way around the dividing shoulder onto the second, then follow that to the top, and at 9 o'clock we began on the lower wall. Of course, the work which followed was not so difficult as it had promised from below. Rock work rarely is. But it thoroughly taxed our slender experience, and for a single man without a rope must have been far worse. The doctor and I took turns in leading, carrying up or having thrown to us from below a rope on which the others then ascended. Most of the difficulty was thus confined to one man, and he could often be assisted from beneath. We were not skilled enough in the use of the rope to risk tying ourselves together. 200 feet up came our first trouble, perhaps the worst of the day. We were sliding along a narrow shelf with arms outstretched against the wall above, when we reached a spot where the shelf was broken by a round, protruding shoulder. Beyond it, the ledge commenced again and seemed to offer our only way upward. I was leading at the time, and after examining it, turned back to a wider portion of the shelf for consultation. It was not a place one would care to try if there was an alternative. We braced the Indian against the wall, and his skillful hand sent the lariat whirling up at a sharp rock above our heads. Time after time the noose settled fairly around it, but found no neck to hold it, and came sliding down. Then, almost before we knew it, the doctor had run out along the ledge to the shoulder and had started around. For a moment he hung, gripping the rounded surface with arms and knees. Then a dangerous wriggle, and he was on the other side. Under his coaching the Indian and I followed, but Fox, when halfway, lost his head, and barely succeeded in getting back to the starting point. He would not try again. The poor fellow's moccasins had lost some of their nails, and he had slipped once or twice that morning, thus destroying the nerve of one who had at other times shown himself a good climber. But of the Indian's companionship for the rest of the day we were now sure. Again, when near the top of that first wall, and when the halfway ledge seemed almost within our grasp, the shallow cleft up which we were scrambling ended in a deep pocket in the cliff's face with no outlet above. The doctor tried it at one corner, but the treacherous crumbling rock warned him back. I tried it at another, but was stopped by an overhang in the cliff. No help for it but to go back and to try to find a way around. 50 feet below, we landed on a small shelf running horizontally along the mountain's face, and after following it northward a few moments, we found another channel leading up. The doctor started to investigate it, while Billy and I continued on slowly looking for a better. Almost immediately, however, we heard the doctor shout, "All right," and following him, came out at last upon the great halfway shelf of the mountain. This was a steep slope of shale, which seemed in places quite ready to slide in an avalanche of loose rock over the edge of the cliff below. But the relief of being out upon it, and able once more to stand upright without the sensation of a wall against your face, apparently trying to shove you outward from the slender foothold, was simply indescribable. After crossing the shelf and eating our lunch in the mouth of the first or left-hand chimney, we attacked the upper wall. Following up the chimney a short distance, we found at last a narrow ledge leading to the right, and creeping around on it, I looked into the right-hand chimney above its forbidding mouth. It led as a broad, almost easy staircase clear to the top of the wall above, and for the first time we felt as if our king were really ours. 600 or 700 feet more of steady work, and we could feel the summit breeze beginning to blow down the narrow mouth of the chimney. Billy was then sent to the front, and at 1:30 the first Piegan stepped out on the summit of the Chief Mountain. It is a long ridge of disintegrated rock, flanked at either end by lower rounded turrets, and at its highest part is no wider than a New England stone wall. On the opposite western side the cliffs fell away as on our own, but they seemed shorter, were composed of looser rock, and far down below we could see steep slopes of shale meeting them part way. After we had picked out our various landmarks in the wonderful outlook about us, and I had made my record from compass and barometer, we pushed our way carefully along to the highest point of the narrow ridge in order to mark it with a cairn of rocks. Just as we reached it, the Indian, who was still in the lead, suddenly stopped and pointed to the ground. There, on the very summit of Chief Mountain, safely anchored by rocks from the effect of wind or tempest, lay a small, weather-beaten bison skull. It was certainly one of the very oldest I have ever seen. Even in the pure air of that mountain top it had rotted away until there was little else than the frontal bone and the stubs on which had been the horns. Billy picked it up and handed it to us quietly, saying with perfect conviction, "The old Flathead's pillow." We left the skull where it had been found. Much as we should have treasured it as a token of that day, the devotion of the old warrior who had brought it was an influence quite sufficient to protect this memorial of his visit. We shared his reverence far too much to allow us to remove its offering. And then, too, as Billy suggested, we were still on top of the chief, and the chief had certainly been forbearing to us. Those long walls, now darkened by the afternoon shade, those narrow ledges, whence the downward climber could no longer avoid seeing the stone he dislodged bound, after 2 or 3 lengthening jumps, clear to the pedestal below, loomed very suggestively before his mind. But the chief still remained gracious, and Billy worked even more steadily and sure-footedly going down than in the morning. We had all gained confidence, and besides, we were certain of our course. By 5 o'clock we had reached the last bad place where Fox had left us, and after avoiding that by swinging down hand over hand on the rope from a ledge above, it was only a few moments to the bottom. That night, after we were all safe in camp, and the great cliff beamed down on us more kindly than ever in the moonlight, the doctor and I decided that we had been more favored than the old Flathead warrior, for the spirit of our mountain had been with us even before we reached its top. And for our success, an explanation beyond our physical powers seemed necessary to others also, for when a few days later we returned to the ranch in the St. Mary's Valley, Billy, who had preceded us, met us with the mane of the prophet who was denied by his own, and told us that his cousins, the Bloods from across the border, had suggested that, when next he returned from a trip to the range, he should bring them a likelier story than that he had climbed the east face of the Chief Mountain. End of chapter 8.